Dear Stationeers aficionados, welcome back to my playthrough of Vulcan on Stationeer difficulty. This is episode 7, and it is a pleasant 17.7 degrees Celsius indoors, even though out there we have like 300-ish degrees Celsius, and the atmosphere out there is not quite breathable. CO2, volatile pollutant. Indoors though we have mostly O2, a little bit of CO2, but O2 production isn't quite as fast as I'd like it to be, and there's still this remnant of my failed phase change cooling attempt. What can we do about this? We fast forward a little, because that's what I did. Between videos I built and built and then I built, and I also built and then I built. The landing pad is now flipped. And what's that over there? And all the decorative stuff over here. And the expanded, power plant, if you will. What does this guy have? I have this, I don't need this. No thanks, no thanks. Sell, okay, depart. We have 600 credits. Yeah, let's take a look at the station. What did I do? Tedious stuff. I did a lot of tedious stuff. For example, I replaced all the small cables indoors with heavy ones once I had the first burnouts. The floors are now properly clad, properly covered. You have quite some more stuff in here. I expanded the... Oh, what's that? Oh, that's a bug. Because they are painted blue, but when you load your game they will not show up painted blue yet. I hope they fix that. The greenhouse is a bit bigger now, and we currently have 39% O2. I use some multiplications magic to have it displayed like this, like I explained on my thorough introduction to MIPS blah 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 video. Where I didn't like that if you have like 0.1173 and then a 0, that last 0 will not show up, and the text will always be centered. And so if there are multiple zeros there which will not be shown, then the number will just jump around the whole time. I didn't want that. I want some kind of real-time view of the increasing amount of oxygen caused by the plants. That is why we have this big display over here. This small one shows us the pressure in white, and again the oxygen ratio 39%. You can see that over here, 39, 39, 39, and then the CO2 ratio 53. Yeah, it shows brown because like Earth, nature, association. That's always helpful. All of this is ferns because they have a stronger CO2 oxygen conversion than just the potatoes, and I just didn't need that many. Something I'd like to show you now but doesn't exist yet. Look here at the mouse. Down here we had for a short moment, like half a day, we had we had hygiene score and mood score and the food quality score. So they're now, the developers of Rocketworks are now going into the direction of survival development, and they will now see to that you get out of your suit a little, which makes it then make sense to build some suit storage thing where you can place your suit when you come in, which will refill your bottles and all of that. Just a second. And hygiene, yeah, I already said that. Mood will also go down if you're in your suit very long, but taking it off for like 10 minutes should recharge it in full. And then the food quality. You shouldn't just always eat the same stuff. That is what they're going for. So yeah, that is coming now. But currently it's not yet there. And they removed it again because they did a push to main, because there were some bug fixes that everybody should have. And they introduced some new ones, of course, but seriously, this game can have a few bugs. It shouldn't have. But percentage-wise, regarding simulation depth and complexity, this game is so very bug-free. Compare that to other games which let you run through a corridor where you shoot people and then it crashes. Dude, Okay, let's take a look around when we come in. This thing here, the logic mirror, what does it do? It, let me explain what the logic mirror is. This is one of the many logic chips available, and as you know, hopefully by now, if not, watch some other video, maybe of mine, maybe someone else, but primarily mine. There are cable networks. And here, where I have my area power controller, which has a buffer battery within it, so if the whole station goes down, I still have some power here in my little airlock box, which is the only stuff that is attached to this thing. This thing also separates power networks, so here I have small cables, and over here I used big ones. I could also have used small ones that is not dependent on the area power controller at all. But well, I wanted to do some logic that depends on whether this door is open. But this door is on its own secluded network, and so I just connected this own secluded network here to the input side, or is it the input side? Maybe both sides are equal. I don't know. Maybe it's just a connection. Maybe it's just a connector. The logic mirror allows me to choose something. Here we have the airlock door, airlock 1 door outer, to choose that thing. And to let it out, basically, out of that cable network into another cable network. And so now I can detect whether this door is open. Once the airlock has been pumped empty, you will see what that does. The 300 watts beacon turns on, and all the lights turn off. Here, this is for our pill production. Convenient silver and cobalt. You know, you need 1 silver, 1 cobalt, and 10 fern to make a pill in the chemistry station. That is just the miscellaneous stacker, which you can use to split up something that I smelted. These 500 grams, for example, they look a bit too bulky, maybe. Tool maker, still not too. I didn't yet make the modded ones. This is still tire 1. Same here, electroprinter, autolathe, and the hydraulic pipe bender, all tire 1 still. Still only 2 station batteries, but we have some good amount of electricity coming in, 3 kilowatts right now. And why is this not changing? 1.27 required 1.27. Actual 1.27. Why does that not change? Because what we're seeing here is in between game ticks, basically. The batteries are being charged in full, and then the station draws electricity. So I think we can actually derive that the station currently draws 1.27 kilowatts. Hey, let's try that then. Didn't even check that out. Interesting. Okay, maybe it's some kind of rounding thing, depending on game steps, timing, I don't know, whatever, okay, sorry. Maybe I should do a cable analyzer here, to see what power we're drawing? Yeah, while we're at it, why not? Cable analyzer, no silicon, oh. Where will we put it? Here, for example, that should do the trick. Black, please. And what does it show? We are drawing 800 watts. 845. And now it is 945. Okay, I learned something. Yeah, I just used my spray can indoors, and over here is a sensor, and over here we have my air scrubber, yellow as in ooh, pollutant, ooh, you know, which will automatically kick in if a certain threshold is reached. I think, I haven't yet tested this, and will turn off once it's low enough. You know, because I didn't want it to click on off all the time, or to turn on when there's the slightest fart in the air and then run for half an hour until everything is at exactly 0. So I changed that. Here we have my O2 refilling station. Air tank critical. Very convenient because it is fully automated. And if I want to store some... Wait, what? If I want to store some of my oxygen here in my nice tank, where I'm gathering stuff later for fuel production, nice room temperature. That's also why I did not insulate it, because I wanted to not be too hot, too cold or whatever. Just have the temperature that I have here in anyway. So if I need that later for fuel production, I pump it in here. 9 megapascals already. This thing reacts obviously to bottles being inserted, but here's an override switch and then I can pump it in here. That will suck the oxygen straight from the air. Currently we have, yeah, what oxygen do we have? You see it is descending. But we are already at a proper level, so I don't want to do that now. Yeah, quite some building in between. Yeah, and we have lights. We have lights indoors. See, that's my flashlight. That is not my flashlight. This is just a room being lit. Haha, it's lit. It's lit. So I expanded this. Was like 1, 2, 3 or 4. I don't remember. Now we have this amount and they can do quite a lot of damage cooling wise. And how cold it is, how warm it is, we can see over here. These things, maybe you know them already, are diode slides. That is when you make a kit light, of which you can then just build this or something else. But you can also build a diode slide, and these ones, they can set a value to them, whether they're on or off. That will show, the value will show as a progress bar, you can see here. And then I just went and said, okay, I want not just one that shows me the current temperature, I want multiple to show a long progress bar. So that's what we have here. I will explain how that works very shortly, hopefully. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them, and they express the temperature range from 10 degrees to 40 degrees. See the outer here, that's 10 degrees, that's 15 degrees, 15, 20, then to 25, starting 25, starting 30, starting 35. That is what this shows, so we can surmise we have 26 degrees. Okay, we don't. What does this mean? Rounding error. 25.5. Interesting. Shouldn't this show 26 degrees over here? Shouldn't this round to 26 now? When this one... I don't know. But anyway, okay, this is doesn't really matter. That's the temperature that we have here, and we can see here that the temperature is... Yes, it is very, very, very slowly increasing. Why is that? Because these things are not running. Because that doesn't make too much sense during the day. Well, it's not day anymore, but this pipe is still rather hot. Ah, now they're turned on. See, once we have a temperature out there of, I think, 270 degrees Celsius, they kick in, and since that will pump heat into this pipe. The pipe will heat up, and so I made, you know, some kind of... so it turns on when it's 270, but it turns off only once it has reached 330. So it's not click-clock, which was really annoying. So now I'm no longer using the daylight sensor, which is over here. We can see the angle is increasing slowly because it is night. Yes, it will reach 180 and then we will return to 0, which is noon. Doesn't mean that it will be above us, the black hole. I think it's just the day and night timing, which will reliably go from 0 to 180. Actually, I'm not sure about that. That's something that I assume. We will hopefully observe that today. Oh, what's that? What the fuck? What the fuck is happening? I have no clue what's happening. Oh, fuck.
Temperature critical. Temperature high. Hydration critical.
What's on fire? I mean, what's there fire in here? I don't know. Okay, what's going on, I assume, is that this room overheated because this room I built... you know, when you build a room on a planet, then it will have the planet atmosphere at first. I will load the save game because no, I'm not gonna deal with this shit. And here then it would have the, the Vulcan atmosphere, which is not good for our health. So I evacuated the entire room very slowly. That was over here. I still have that stuff in place, apart from the fact that it's currently destroyed. And placed the station battery, which I just wired up directly to the wind turbines out there. So the wind turbines are now supplying this battery and the other two over there. That works just fine. And once I had evacuated this room, I used this thing to pump in CO2. CO2, slowly and slowly and slowly. This was filling up, and then I was at like 220 kilopascals, and then I stopped pumping. Out there we have like 30 kilopascals. And I think what just happened is that the temperature in here rose to more than was good, so that pressure also increased too much. Then the glass took damage, and so it was streaming outside. I have no clue why there would be some fire in here. That doesn't make sense to me. Oh, now I understand. Yes, of course, there's some oxygen in here. Out there we are volatiles. The combination of the two, if we have enough heat, will lead to fuel that is burning, and that's what we're experiencing. Yeah, and well, I got some CO2 in here, and then what I did is, once all that was done, I also installed this inner door, and since then I can sometimes open this, which will give me lots more CO2 in there, which I can then convert with the plants, and I can also convert the heat that is in here, because, you know, the AC will react and kick in and cool it down. Bit by bit then I would turn this slowly into a O2 and cool atmosphere is the idea. I don't know if the capacity of the ACs here is sufficient at all to deal with the entire room. I mean, once the entire room has cooled down, then yeah, probably, maybe, but to get it down to that temperature, maybe that doesn't fly, and maybe that's what we're experiencing here. Yeah. Okay, let's load that thing then. Entering the airlock, the second airlock. So what pressure do we have? We have 218 kilopascals. What seems to be the problem? I just opened... I mean, the airlock was closed when we just had this fire catastrophe. Was closed, and so there was slightly higher pressure. But we see that the pressure is indeed increasing, I think. Is it still? Hard to say. What about the temperature, which is the key factor here, I think? 330. But, okay, whatever the situation might be, let's pump out some of this stuff. Wait, am I pumping this in? What is happening? I cannot pump something out because the pressure... No! Oh my god, I'm actually pumping in. That was stupid. But good thing this thing has overpressure protection, and 100 kilopascals is highest pressure that it would accept. And so it didn't pump anything in. We can of course change these values. But good thing we didn't. So let's get rid of some of that pressure here. Do we have some damage? Currently not. Oh, look at that. It's made for debugging, because I'm developing something in here and I'm not done yet, and I hope to continue with that during this video. Okay, let me explain what I'm trying to do. Obviously, when we are manufacturing something, which we have to do all the time, we always have to put in the resources. And that is annoying, and I'm trying to solve that. And I've never done that before, and so that's what I'm trying to do here. And I'm trying to do something quite brute force, which works like this. Here we have the auto lathe, here we have a sorter. This is the input side of the sorter. I'm putting something in, and here is the straight output, and there's the sorted output. And the idea is I want to detect what is currently in the sorter. Is it, for example, copper? Then I will realize, okay, copper is of interest, so let's see if the attached machine has a copper deficit. If yes, then sort that thing in there. If not, pipe it straight. And so I just want to pipe all of this stuff through these things, which has already happened, is currently stopped. And they would just run in circles, the next manufactory, next manufactory, next manufactory, in circles. Here's my input slot. And then here's a silo as a buffer, and I can put more silos here in case my amount of copper and whatever is too large for comfort. Yeah, and that's the idea. And here I want to automatically stack everything to like 10, for example. And I also have, I think, somewhere here some uranium. One item of uranium which I want to use as my stop bit, you know. I can flip this thing, the uranium will go out, and then it will sort and stack and whatever, and once the uranium is in there again, it will stop again. That's the idea. I want to run one sequence so to refill the machines. Yeah, that's the idea. I haven't yet done that successfully. I have put quite a lot of work in this, as you can see, because that's the purpose of this haul so far. But regarding and building this here too, but regarding the programming itself, I only put in like an hour or something. No, that's not much really. So pressure is 200 kilopascals. Maybe that is enough for us to sleep tight or not. So back to business. Oh, well, not a problem. We just jump through the door quickly. Temperature is increasing and increasing and not so much. You know, over here is the sensor and the heat came from over yonder, so at some point it will stop. Maybe not visibly, but it will stop. And I can turn on the ACs actually. I have this override switch over here. But during the day they don't do much, only when initially triggered, like I just did. Remember, the gas sensor is far away from where the AC is cooling the air, so that's possibly why we don't see anything yet. Oh my god, it's exploding! First time they can read these, right? Dude, flip your YouTube to 4K, will you? Thank you. Okay, maybe let's look at the diode slides and how I implemented that stuff. I mean, there's quite some programming going on in here, in there, in here, and in there, and in there. And maybe we should talk about all of that stuff. Or not. I'm not sure what you want. So... By the way, you can drop me something in the comments if you think, and this stuff, how is that work? Could you throw that for me? Then we'll probably show you a video link, like, look here, that is, I did that there, so you can see it there. Or I will say, that's nicely inspiring. Like I already did in one case, when someone asked how to refill the, what's its name? How to refill that dude once it's empty, you know? And there's a video explicitly showing that and some related stuff, which is very interesting because to me it was also a revelation, even though I by now should have like 800 hours of pure stationeering. Ah, look at that, it's cooling down. Even though it's during the day. Didn't expect that. Of course, this means that this guy will heat up further and further. I'm eating my food. Yum, yum. Doesn't taste good. Also, now I only have one. Okay, let's look at the code of the thingy thing. Where is it? That should be the most used chip of all of them, the AC and room gas chip, I think. Which actually has 127 lines of code. It's like full, baby. It's really full. But here you can already see something, CLS-SLI. You know, the programmer minds among you will think, oh, diode slide. Yep, correct. Let's look at the core of what we're doing. That's always a good thing. You know, generally in life, when you're dealing with a problem, when you're dealing with a topic, when you're explaining something, or when you have a customer to whom you want to explain the system that you're selling, which is what I'm doing at the office, then you start from what they want to do. You know, and go backwards from there through all the things that are necessary to achieve that thing. So what we're doing here is we have a diode slide and we are setting a value to it. And appropriately, the value that we're setting in that device is called setting. Like the device, like the number here that we can set, currently is showing 1 in the tooltip, is also called setting. Let me turn off that switch, no longer useful. Right, that. By the way, this bug that I'm just showing here, it doesn't happen if these things are turned on. You know, if I turn them on for a moment and turn them off, which I just did manually, but I don't want them to use electricity the whole time, and there's no variable here to detect whether I just loaded the save game, which would then also be a crutch that I would prefer not to use because I think those bugs need to be fixed. Then the color will not be the spray painted one. By the way, I did in another base, in my Europa playthrough, also some stuff between videos. I haven't yet shown that because I haven't yet made a new one there, where I'm also using this thing. And as you can see, there's one color that is red and one color that is my spray paint choice. But what I did there was I used the spray paint black. And I inverted the meaning of this thing. Instead of showing 0 for empty and 1 for full, I used 1 for empty and 0 for full. Why would I do that? Because then 0, see, if this thing shows empty here, then it's red. And but I used 1 to mean empty. Why did I do that? Because I have my fuel gas thing in that station, and I wanted to red. I want it to be red when it is the fuel gas is supposed to be red, and the empty part is supposed to be black. And so I just inverted the use of that thing. Nahar. Okay, let's go to the programming then. Yeah, it currently fits entirely on screen apart from the preparations. First, I'm turning all these devices off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could also have just used SB CLS SLY on 0 to turn all diode, slide my entire station off, but I want to stay open to future developments without having to debug code that is some in other places. You should always encapsulate your code, always the separation of concerns is what they call that. Separation of concerns. This concerns this thing, so let's solve that entirely here and never bother with it again if possible. Or if we ever have to bother with this for whatever reason, then we bother with this in this place and in this place alone. Anyway, so this turns all of these off. Then I'm loading from the gas sensor in the room, the one that also measures pollution and so forth, its current temperature, turn that to Celsius for no reason other than my preference. Then I subtract 10. Why? Because I want to show the range from 10 degrees to 40 degrees, which is a range of 30. So we can understand why I subtract 10. Then I have a range from 0 to 30. And then I divide by 30. So now I have a range from 0 to 1. Which is what one diode slide can show. But I have 6 diode slides, so I multiply by 6. So now I have a number of 6. And since I attached them on the floor in the way that I did, I want to show the... I chose to actually show red for hot, and it's kind of inverted, I'm kind of showing the value inverted. This overall thing is not showing the value, let's say, 1.8 or something right now, but it is showing the value of 5.2 or something. But it's just a matter of preference. You can just invert the value if you wish. What does invert the value mean? Well, if the value is from 0 to 1 normally, then inverting the value would mean to make it a value from 1 to 0. So here I'm saying move to register R0 R6 and then subtract from register R0 whatever value we have calculated up here into register R0, and down here then we set that value to this diode slide. You can see that the diode slides thankfully are tolerant regarding their input values. I think negative values will just show as 0 and values above 1 will just show as 1, as full. So we can just give it the full 6 here, and then we subtract 1. This one we give the full 5, and then we're down to only one reasonable one. So we can spread out this value, and that was rather simple, wasn't it? And it's also a cool thing because then you have the importance of the station temperature expressed by the amount of slides, and you have high resolution, and you can also see it from far away and so forth. It's a nice idea. Thank you very much. Okay, let's continue. Some preparation that I did for this is just the definition, the gas sensor and the slides. I think I shouldn't go into the exact details of the commands at this point, or should I? I'm not sure. No, I shouldn't. No, I should actually make a video where I explain the MIPS programming from the ground up, including you have to manufacture this, you have to create solder, you have to create this stuff, then you can make the housing and so forth. Haven't done that yet. Until then you can get to the next best thing, which is my video called Thorough Introduction into blah 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 blah. No? MIPS programming assembly. Okay. These things are prepared. Where are they prepared? At the top, of course, before the main loop, because you only need to do that one. And so I said I have the type of the device, structure diode slide, and then I have the names of these ones which I have here. Yep, so much for these. And in the same way, let's look at real-world stuff and then derive what we want to do with that, or maybe explain about that, instead of going through the entire source code, for example. Okay, here's a relatively new thing. That's what I already showed. When the station door opens and closes, the lights turn on and off. Let's show the code of that, which is very short. IC power import. You can spray paint the housing and the chips separately. Looks very cool when the chip is yellow and the housing is black. I have that in this aforementioned video. So, the power thing, what does it do? Not much, apparently. Very little, apparently. Now that is easily explained. Main loop. Yield. You always should have a yield up there. I won't explain why now, because that's too much detail. So now I load from the logic mirror whether it is open. What? The logic mirror is open? Well, the logic mirror represents the device that you have chosen on the screw. So I can just load... I of course have to say structure logic mirror here and use the name of the logic mirror and then load batch name from the logic mirror, but everything else is as if I'm actually handling the door itself. So I'm getting the value open, and then since it's a batch command, I have to state what I want to do with all those values, even though it's only one. So I sum them up. 1 plus, that's all, just 1. Then I have the value in here, and then I write to the housing whether the door is open. That was actually for debugging, I don't need that anymore. Then I write into the beacon this value, because when the door is open, so that value is 1, I want the beacon also to be on, so on is 1. But the lights indoors, they shall be off, because I'm not at home. So when the door is open, that's a 1, the light shall receive a 0. And so I'm inverting that here. I'm saying write into register when this evaluation is less than or equal to 0. So when R0 is 0, it becomes 1. When R0 is not 0, then this becomes 0. So we get the exact inversion there. And that is all. Yeah. Then we have the light and the beacon. And I'm just doing batch writing here without names, because how many beacons will I have? Only one, right? That would be stupid to have multiple here in this cable circuit. And how many lights do I have? Well, I want to turn all of them off and on, so that makes sense. This is actually part of the kit door. So the same thing that you use to make these nice glass doors and these manual hatches can be used to make that roll cover, which is not really a door, but yeah, you can place it on the ground like I'm placing these wall pieces on the ground. Temperature 32. Still too warm. Yeah, I'm actually unsure if the code in here is correct, if this thing will do what it's supposed to. So let's just take a look at that. So I can verify that and explain it meanwhile. Scrubber filtration import. First, we need the vent with which I pump the room's air in there, because just using a passive vent, or even worse, a pipe cowl, which has, I think, or 1/10 of the volume of passive vent, and thus has lower throughput, is what they told me. I have verified the volume, but I have not verified the throughput, but it's what they told me, so I guess that's true, and it makes sense, apparently. The active vent makes that much faster than just relying on the built-in pump of the filtration device. So that's my active vent, the type and the actual name. Then we have the gas sensor of the room, with which I detect whether there's pollutant or volatiles. Then I give this register a name, so because it's a rather important decision, so I don't want to, get muddled up with all my registers. And then I make the decision whether this system with the filtration and the active vent should be turned on. And initially we say no, don't pump, don't turn that on. Then we have our main loop, start, jump start, again and again, with a slight pause here. Then I load from the gas sensor the ratio pollutant into register R0 and the volatiles into register R1. And then I add that together into register R0. I add together the sum of what was in register R0 so far and add register R1. Because I'm just saying then, if this is high, if this is low and this is low, no need to pump, right? But if both together are not so low, then it's rather empty that. So that makes it easier for me also in the code, because I don't have to regard so many things. And then we branch to a place that is written here. Is that line 2? No, it's not line 2. I could say line 2 by doing this, but this is relative, branch relative. Nah, come on. My keyboard is over there, not here. Branch relative to, which is jump here, as in skip this line. I don't care what's written in here, but just skip this one. When register R0 is less than 1. So if register R0, the sum of these two poisonous things, is less than 1% of my room atmosphere, then we skip this. We skip to here. And otherwise we would have turned this register, would have flipped the register R15 to 1. Meaning that down here, when we say turn the active vent on and flip the mode of the filtration device in which the chip sits, so we can just say SDB instead of SBN filtration blah blah blah, so we don't have that up here either. Turn that on. When this is less than 1, then we don't want to turn that on. So these devices will just receive then which value? 1 or 0? Tell me, come on. You, over there. It will be undefined, exactly. It will be whatever value this register currently has. Because this is a persistent register. Persistent as in the loop keeps going, but this register is undisturbed, except if I explicitly set it. Because that is what I chose. This register is being set again and again, but this one only when the sum of the two poisonous things is 1 or greater, and it will only set to 0 as in turn off once the ratio is has reached 0.1 or less. If it's greater than 0.1, we skip this turn off thing, but if it's not greater than 0.1 or less than 0.1, we don't skip this line, and so we set a 0. And yeah, that code should be correct. Yeah. Maybe I should turn this down to 0.5. Very little pollutant, no volatiles. Yeah, okay, maybe this is of interest. I mean, here I'm showing lots of values in one display. Putting up all these displays for debugging, takes space, takes cables, and stupidly you can't turn these things to the side or upside down. I mean, to the side, okay, that was stupid, but upside down, because the numbers will then also be upside down, as opposed to the consoles, which you can turn any which way. They will always show you the content oriented correctly, and I really, really, really dearly hope that they change, that the Rocketworks will change this accordingly, because this is really a detriment. I want to be able to flip these guys, Okay, how can we do this then? to save all the displays to only have one display showing multiple values. I had one in one playthrough that was on Mercury. There was a modded world, very cool, you know, very hot during the day, very cold during the night, and during the day everything was so overbright and there was bloom all over the place, and you couldn't even distinguish iron from gold in the sunlight. It was really great. I mean, if you have seen the film Sunlight, is it actually Sunlight? Damn it, I actually don't remember. IMDb Sunlight. Is it that? It is not that. Huh. Damn. That's stupid, man. Everybody knows that film. And I bet I would remember this, but you know, the pressure of communication. Okay, anyway, there is a film where they try to basically repair the sun, and they fly towards it, and what you experience then is the sun up close, and they made it impressive, let me tell you that. They did. And that's what you feel when you play this modded Mercury world. Anyway, so back to business. Where was I? Yeah, on that world I had one that was actually showing 6 values, because it was showing this stuff here for the indoors, and it was showing the same stuff for the outdoors. And I was using different colors to express what is what. And maybe I used white for pressure in both cases, so that I would have some kind of blip in my mind saying, now you have to switch your perception. Now you have to switch your perception. I know this is not how people operate in practice, but it's just the same as with font design. You know, hey, dude, listen. If you want to lay out some text on a page so that it looks nicely, do the following. Take an A4 page or whatever is your letter sheet size, and then write a full line, and then another full line, and another full line, maybe just by copy-pasting some random words, and then increase the font size until you have like 10 or to 15 words. Basically, you can observe yourself reading that line. You read that line, and then at some point your eyes jump back to the previous line, to the previous location, but further down, because you want to read the next line. And then you will feel what that feels like, and you should be sensitive. You should try to see it as a burden. And the moment you can detect it as a burden, you know that your line is too long. So 10 to 15-ish words is the right measure, probably 12 to 15 rather. And then you have the right font size. And which font do you choose? I don't know. Can be a serif font, the ones with the little decorative lines at the endpoints of the G and so forth, or a sans serif font, which is then one that is simple. It's a grotesque font, basically. One that has only the simple lines, the G simplified and everything. That's not so important, but what's important is the amount of fonts. If you have, and the amount of sizes. If you have 2 or 3 font sizes on your page, that's already quite the amount. I mean, that's not too much, but you have to take an eye on, keep an eye on that. And then when you add multiple fonts in the mix, the headline is underlined and bold and all of that, you know, the more different elements your mind is confronted with, the more burdensome it will be, the less pleasant it will be for the text to be beheld. And if you for example, creating advertisements, which I have done for a while, then you know that you have to use the subtle things to make the viewer like to observe what you're trying to present to them. And if that is then unpleasant, if they kind of have to struggle themselves through the jungle of different expressions, different fonts, different font sizes, then that's already something that will decrease your sales. Not that I measured that myself, but it's logical. You know, you have to go for amount. You know, 100 people watch that thing, and you have lost one due to the font choices. Then yeah, that was the wrong choice. And in the same way, you can approach these things, these everyday Stationeer things, because in the same way, your mind will be burdened by additional information, by additional processing, even though that might not reach the surface of your thinking, just in the same way that you might not know why you do not like some certain layout, some certain text layout, some certain advertisement poster, but now you have a clue maybe what to look for. And these things, they play a role in your mind whether you reflect on them or not, and that's the key part. That's what I'm talking about here. It will affect you, but if you're not conscious, you will not know what's affecting you. So you can use these tricks. For example, now I have to be conscious. Now I have to be conscious. You know, when I have like 2 things that I want to show, like the outdoor stuffs and the indoor stuffs, and between them I have the pressure of the outdoor and of the indoor, and I show that in white, then that will be my indicator. Or I'm just saying, that's a way to do it. So let's drink something. The water problem has kind of been solved. I have 50 liters here that I bought. I'm a bit hesitant to change my difficulty settings right now to my custom modded difficulty that I created and explained in one of my Europa playthroughs right at the beginning, so I suggest that you watch that if you want to know how that works. It's only the first few minutes, it's very quick. Hesitant because still, if we don't get the right trader, we might have problems here, and I am not yet at the stage where I can produce water myself, so I'd rather, you know, suffer the realities of the simulation, until, even though by now it's kind of rather annoying than hard, but it might become hard again. And once I have ensured that it will not become hard, then I will turn that off, because then it's reasonable. I wouldn't call that cheating. Maybe you have observed that here we also have soybean seeds and tomato seeds. I bought those, even though I don't need them yet, or I didn't use them yet, because like I said earlier, we have these little mood and hygiene and food quality things down here, which are currently in the background and they are being simulated already, I think, but they don't affect you yet. That will come though. They're working on that stuff these days. So yeah, and I want to be ready. So I can just put some tomatoes down and deal with that, instead of having to wait for the trader. Yeah, I don't use the small cables anymore so much. 6 medical pills, and if I need more, guess what? We have some greenery. What about the pressure? Over here. 206, that's fine. Temperature, 17.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
That is 25 or something, and then we're in the realm of 30 something. Yep. Where was I? Yes, the LED display. Let's look into that. I think that was room and gas. The one that is quite full. Diode slide, diode slide, diode slide, and then we have, aha! Here we have the LED stuff. So let's first look into this up here. First, okay, no, that's violating what I said before. We want to go by intention. So the intention is to show that stuff on the LED. I'm looking where it begins. Yeah, let's look first at the switch through stuff, because some of you already know how to do the LED stuff, or it's rather straightforward. So up here I'm defining a variable. I'm using register 14, but that shall not matter. It's called LED mode. See, and that already makes it clear to you. What does this express? It expresses which content is to be shown on that one LED device. And then up here I check if the LED mode is not equal to 0, then branch to the fourth next line. First, second, third, fourth. In other words, skip 3 lines. That is what this says. And in my opinion, this branch relative stuff is mostly used in this fashion, so it might have been a better way to, instead of expressing here to which line you want to jump, the amount of lines that you want to skip. But okay, whatever. Doesn't matter. Branch relative, if not equal, LED mode not equal 0, then skip this. But what is equal 0? It is load batch named into register R0, the class gas sensor ins gas sensor pressure. So I'm loading the room pressure into this register, and then at register R1 I set color.white, and register R0, R2 I set 0. And what do we need these for? Basically I should have gone backwards, you know. Let me see. Oh, let me change the music. It's a bit annoying, isn't it? or groovy maybe. Yeah, that's nice. So here we have the LED modes. That is the pressure, that's the oxygen, that's the carbon dioxide, white, blue, brown. Then here we have the LED mode that I want to set. I mean, okay, this is LED mode. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have said that. The wasn't wise to call that LED mode basically. Maybe I should have called it LED content. Let's do that then. LED content, because it's not the mode. Come on. So then we use the register R0, R1 and R2 here for class LED SMR, SMA, that is small, the small LED, because they have different types. And down here we have the large one, small, large. And the small one then gets insulate room gas on setting, which is the value, color, which is the color, mode, which is the mode. And mode 1 means percentage. Oops, it's the percentage. And 0 is just show me the number. In the same way, actually down here maybe, oh, I have to be careful. Still complete? Yeah, that's actually a mistake I ran into an hour ago. So suddenly my code was no longer doing what's supposed to, because this line had vanished into nothingness. Still doing its thing? Yeah. Okay, let's look again what it's doing. White, blub, blub. Number, percentage. Number, percentage. And that is why here we set the mode to this 0, 1, 1, just the number, percentage. So we are basically using a subroutine, so to speak, but I don't need to use a subroutine, or it wouldn't be really helpful, because I just need to execute whatever the decision will be up here, regardless in all situations. So that is not the right move then, to use a subroutine. Also, no more space. Okay, so here I decide, based upon the LED content value, will I use this, or will I use this, or will I use this? But this is what switches the LED content. Here I'm saying add to the LED content thing, the value 1, and store all of that in this register. And then I say branch if less than or equal LED content 2 down here. Why? Because if it is 2 or more, then I want to... Hey, wait, this is not... Is this correct? I mean, it looked correct, right? Then I move a 0 into that, so I start over at 0. So we are at 0 here, and then here we add 1, which makes us eventually reach 2. When we have reached 2, I set it to 0. How does this even work, man? This shouldn't have worked. What's happening here? Let's see what the flow is again. We have a 0 in here. We reach this point, we have 1. We move on, we have 1. Then we make that 2, and immediately we turn that to 0. How is that even working, man? I don't understand. It's showing the values correctly. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, which means state 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. I mean, the problem is really that I am adding... Where the fucking is it? Here. Here I'm adding to that thing the 1, so that we go from 0 to 1 and from 1 to 2. And then maybe from 2 to 3 at some point. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. Stupid me once again, of course. I mean, I basically was trying to prove the computer wrong. That's not a wise choice from the get-go. Less than or equal. So if it's less than 2 or it is equal to 2, then we just skip. But if it's more than 2, if it's 3, 4, whatever, then we set that to 0. So we always have only in here 0 and 1 and 2. Makes sense. Okay, and here I'm just loading the ratio oxygen, multiplying that by 100,000, rounding that, and then writing that into the large display. That's all. And they, of course, are defined up here. Console LED 5, and how do you get to these things? In the usual way. You look up the lid, then you find the lid, you go here, and then you have the structure console LED 5. Or this one. You can actually click here and copy that. In most cases, not when there are 3 dots here because the text is so long. Then you have to... they're kind of fucked, actually. I mean, you can still get around that, but it's not so easy. And one thing that I often make the mistake, instead of using structure blah blah blah, I type item blah 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 because I stupidly got here instead of using the, you know, the structure version. Okay, so much for this. What else do we have? Up here, this thing is just a blunt construct. I can use that to pump, let's see. I have a valve that goes to the outdoors and a valve that goes to the indoors. And I can do this.
Waste tank critical.
To empty my waste tank, of course I just open it and then I'm be done with it. But sometimes I might have a bottle here, a canister that I need evacuated. Case in point, this should be pure oxygen. It's not, because at some point I plopped in an oxygen canister here, which was not pure. I should have emptied that first. I didn't. Yeah. Not good. And so then I can just empty that into the room, or I can even empty it to the outdoors. It's a nice assembly for wasting, that's why it's brown, wasting it to the outdoors. Also, this is brown and that is brown, so outdoors, when I'm mining outside, I can just flip the 2 of them. And here I have an extra nitrogen canister. Actually, no, it's nitrogen, it says CO2. This is CO2, that is CO2. It's saying nitrogen, but it's just the name of it, you know.
Jetpack critical.
Mostly CO2. And the same in my mining drill, which is over here. Which is not over here. It's over there. And how do I get the CO2? Wait, confused. That's my tracker tablet. So when I go out into the field, like a military person out there, I will try to be invisible, so I chose this color, whatever. I needed to be a color that I would become aware of when I behold it. So how do I get that CO2? Here, with my little CO2 station, which sucks from the outdoors, filters, and then pumps into the room or into that bottle thing. And it tries to reach it. Pressure of 9,000, and now it will keep pumping. No, it will not keep pumping because it's also sensitive to whether there's something in that pipe. Maybe we want to show that too. It's very cool that we can put chips directly into these filtration things. That is so very nice. So my CO2 filtration station, import. Let's see what it is doing. Pause. Not much. This is just jump start down there. Okay, my main loop, what is it doing? It's defining target pressure, so just some register, you know, to be 9,500, which is what I would risk to put into my tiny standard canisters. Then it loads batch named but slot from the class scan holder in scan holder into register R0, from slot 0 the occupant hash of the canister holder. And then I compare that with the item's canister smart, and if that is not equal, then I jump over down here. If I don't jump over down here, then I change my target pressure to 19,500. I have actually not tested this yet because I can't make smart canisters yet because I need the modded manufactories, but I think it will work. Anyway, what it currently does is it loads the input pressure and then it writes into the be on register that are kind of reserved up here. It's not really reserved. I can still write into R15. I can still abuse be on to be all kinds of things, but both of these decisions that I just mentioned as options would be stupid. Don't do that. I reserved that thing and now it's reserved, period. So this thing, what value shall it have? Here we write unconditionally, as in this thing will always have a value now, whether this condition is true. What is the condition? Greater than the pressure input. That's on the input side of the filtration. When the pressure there is greater than 0, then we want this beyond to be 1, which means that the filtration device will then, down here, SDB mode, active. But I don't want to pump in stuff unconditionally. I set this to true unconditionally because I want a foundational value on which I build the rest of my execution, and also because it makes sense to make this decision early. Because now I will possibly override it, you know? I'm loading the pressure output, and if that pressure is less than the target pressure, then I skip this line. But if it has reached the target pressure or is even higher than that, then we want to turn this thing off. This should definitely happen. Therefore, this one is below this one. This one's decision below that one's decision would not be good, because we'd be over-pressurizing our canisters. That is why we have this order. Nice, neat, straightforward code. So that's what this thing does. Let's demonstrate that.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
Oh, and maybe I want to not pollute my nice CO2 supply thingy. So let's pump it empty. Then I need to supply some gas from the outdoors. That is not yet automated, because the logic wasn't too straightforward, so I just thought, you know, I'll skip it. I mean, look at this. All this between the two videos, at some point I want to record again, you know? And plop. This is not pumping? It is. Yeah, so when I come home from mining, I just refill my canisters, and since I'm using CO2 straight from the atmosphere here, hot CO2, that's always also why we had this overheating event, is 265 degrees. It's so much too hot. Since I'm using that same stuff as propellant, as my reserve for propellant or reserve for my mining drill and for the mining drill, I can flip the two between. So when I'm mining at the mining drill, the pneumatic mining drill that I'm still using is down to like 3,000 kilopascals. Then it is slow, becoming annoying. Then I just swap in my jetpack canister or my reserve canister, so I can keep going. And when I go indoors, I just see to that all of them are filled again. This is not yet too comfortable, but still quite comfortable. Yeah, why did I slap this thing on there? Out there we have pollutant, and during the night the temperature will actually decrease enough that sometimes the pollutant in this pipe under this pressure will become liquid, and these pipes, they don't like liquid at all. They're not liquid pipes, they're gas pipes. And so when that happens, it will just come out here. I feel so awkward. Should we eat some? Let's see if there's a fresh trader that we want.
Oxygen low. Low pressure. Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
I'm confused.
Critical. Toxin critical.
What the fuck is happening?
Cognition low. Low pressure. Pressure critical.
Dude, what the fuck is happening?
Temperature critical.
Okay, during my excursions, I opened this airlock. Yeah, sorry about the microphone, I was just, you know, adjusting it. So, in my other videos I already explained that... Oh! That's the reason! So that completes the second to last sentence. I just had no electricity in my suit to run the chip, and to thus, you know, that's what happened. So... Aha! Hilarious, hilarious. In one of some of my videos I explained that I want to... Now I've forgotten what I want to say. Something related to gas, pressure... Okay, let's do the same thing I would do in reality. In reality, I go back to that room where I had that thought. So I ran over here, made that pill, healed myself. So between videos I was running in and out all the time, and so I tested this quite thoroughly. My suit logic works, it just worked. So why did this happen? Because I was on electricity. And then I want to say... Yep, I forgot. But while we're in here, let's get some oxygen. Observe that this thing will change its direction when it's done, because it will pump this little pipe piece that's under here empty when it's done. That was very easy to do, because I didn't have to have another pipe sensor or something, because the filtration unit is so nicely aware of what's on this side and of what's on that side. However, when I was trying to use it to detect what's in this gas canister by checking its outside pressure here, that led to some overpressurization. I'm not sure why exactly. Maybe I had this valve open. So I will change the music again. Because what I was measuring here was the pressure of the pipe system, and that was maybe before this thing had received its share of that pressure. And so now I'm just using this logic connector here and read the pressure directly from that thing. Maybe we want to take a look at that code too, but before that I want to check the trader situation. Nice automated suit. Can we call that guy? Nope. Oh, what is that? Aero ether. So I bet this guy trades in gases, right? That makes sense. Before I started the recording, I thought maybe I should also put up some antennas like this one, and a real array, you know, to use MIPS to find out which orientation might be the best, so we are faster regarding the current experimentation. But I didn't. That's something I also want to do at some point. Okay, that's not the way, then it must be the lowest setting. Does this work? No, maybe it's too low. How low can you go? Maybe we just can't. Maybe this is just too weak or something. Not enough. One more. Yeah, so they will be landing from there. That is where the arrow is. You know, it's flying into this place from that direction where the arrow is. You can just decide that when you're putting down the foundation of that centerpiece. You can see that immediately. Now, come on. I wish they had mouse smoothing, I tell you that. Optional, of course. Okay, that's what we can buy. What can we sell, though? Volatiles as ice, in ice form. Huh. That's the kind of stuff that you can't find on this planet. Volatiles, yes, but between 10 and 30 degrees, and I haven't yet made the respective production system. I need to expand my station a bit. And how much can I... Is this bulk? Oh, that's bulk. So I would have to pump that into my... No. Alright, into the landing pad. What can we buy? We can buy volatiles, H2O. Oh, we can buy water. Well, 18 per liter. Is that... I think that's rather expensive. Interesting, I've never seen this. 20 liters? Hey, wait, what? Oh, right, I see. Okay. But we currently still have water. Only when will that opportunity arise again? So let's just buy a little bit. Problem solved. Thus far, the landing pad is insulated, as is this thing, and down here I have an insulated liquid pipe. Here you can see it stick out for me to be able to take measurements. And as long as something's insulated, it will not let through inside or outside. It will be impenetrable to thermal energy. Realistic? Come on, a little bit of gamification is justified. That's actually not really what gamification means, or rather there are multiple meanings. Should I go into that for a moment? Yeah, okay, in this case, of course, I mean that something is removed from what would be a realistic simulation to something that is more like a game should have it, because otherwise it would be too strict, too annoying. It is more fun this way. But normally when we talk about gamification out there in the world, then we're talking about, I don't know, tasks that need to be done, or things that you want to configure, or your website that you want to use. And gamification then means that it will have aspects of a game, or will be turned into a game, kind of. I mean, that's actually a nice thought that I had. Maybe we could have in the future, in the far future that I'm convinced will come, when mankind will only be good, when evil will just plain simply have been solved as an abstract, and I do believe that will happen. When that has been solved, by what means? Let's not go into those again, episode 4. When that has been solved, then we will probably be more trust than our governments or institutions that we have. Currently it's the government, but then it will be that which the government was supposed to be originally, the representation of the will of the people, and therefore then it will be we won't have to fear that they abuse our data or abuse their power. We won't have to fear that, because evil will not exist. You might think that's naive, and maybe it is, or maybe I just know more than you do. Or maybe I just have more hope than you do, which will then, if everybody had this level of hope, then they would contribute to this by their own deeds, and they would also possibly be more productive in the actions that they take affecting the outer world to affect the world to be better, because then they would have more means to do so, in the same way that I said in video 4 that you should believe that your will is truly free, even if it is not truly free, because certainly the degree to which you can exhaust the capacity of the simulated, or whatever you want to call that free will that you have, will certainly not be exhausted by you, or until you can be certain, you should try to convince yourself that you have not yet exhausted that. So believing that your will is truly free is always productive, in the same way that you should believe that you can be truly good, there can be truly absolutely no evil or no untruthfulness within you. You can believe that, and you can get there. Anyway, so then we will probably have something like this. There will be a card, or however that will work, probably not an implant, I'm not a fan of those, that will just hold your general access rights information. For example, your driver's license. What level of access do you have to vehicles? That will then be, and that is kind of gamified then, yeah? That's the score, that's the level where you're at. See what I'm saying? I'm demonstrating what gamification means in that other meaning of gamification, and also that would be a nice idea to have this level kind of thing. That sounds good. Yeah, no, I guess I'm probably not going to be in government once we add that good world that I believe will come, or maybe that would be cool. You know, if the early guys will be recognized for what they are. You know, and then let's put them in that position. Right? Anyway, whatever. So trading we have done, or rather not done that. Yeah, we did that. I wanted to sell something though too. Then I wanted to talk about this oxygen thing. The oxygen code. Yeah, whatever. The O2 station. Import.
Anti-critical.
But don't fret. We have atmosphere. So we just saw, you plug it in, this thing will automatically fill the thing, and it will turn itself off again, and this will then even evacuate that. Let's take a short look at how that works. This is the main loop, the one loop that we need. Let's see what it does at the end. That's also kind of starting from the intention and then going to all the foundations that are necessary. Here we are saying react to no canister or max pressure. So when the pressure is maximum, or when there's no canister in there, then we turn off the device. We set the mode to 0. If we would actually turn it off, which you can also do here, then that would be the end of it, because the code cannot turn it on again, because the code is running on the chip that's in the device. It will not be powered, it will not do anything. So thankfully we can just turn the device active and inactive by just switching the mode. So mode 0 means the device is inactive. Then we write into the active vent that it shall have mode 0, which is pump into the room, as in suck from the pipe. And then I load the pressure of the input side of the filtration device into register R0, and then I write into register R0 whether register R0 is greater than 0, as in, is there pressure in the input pipe? Yes, then this is 1. No, then this is 0. And in this case, in this way, I will then write the on value of the active vent. So the active vent will always be in that mode, but it will only be active if there's still some gas in there. And all of this will only happen when there's no canister or when the max pressure has been reached. So how do we get this then? How is this called? React to no canister or max pressure, react to no canister or max pressure. We have that twice. The label kind of gives that away. So I'm loading, here I'm loading batch named into register R0 from the switch that we have, the override switch in the back, whether it is currently set in the setting, 0 or 1, 0 or 1. And then if the value that I'm getting there is greater than 0, then this means I want to override that, so step on the gas no matter what. Hey, wait, what am I saying? Oh, I lost track, sorry. So, that's why we have this label here, even though it's otherwise really not necessary. I wanted to go to the react to no canister thing. That's here. Now we have explained this. Let's go here. I'm loading from the canister holder from the slot, from the only slot it has, so that's slot 0. We always in programming start to count at 0. It might seem weird to you, but it actually makes sense. It makes a lot of sense. When you're doing math, for example, when you're multiplying something. When, for example, I want to have the index 21, like that would be, the 21st thing, even though in programming it would be the 22nd when we start at index 0. When you're loading, when you're using index 21, and then what you want to do multiplication based on that, you will end up at index 42, for example. 42, which is kind of my number. 42, you will arrive there, and 23. From 21 to 42 when you multiply that by 2. But if you go 0 indexed, then the first slot of the third range, the first range goes from 0 to 9. The second range goes from if we go, we have 10, we have ranges of 10, for example, in the case that we want to think about, that we want to program. And that's easy to think about too. So it's a good example. So we have ranges of 10. The first range in program would then, if we are using 0 indexed, we can of course also use 1 index in programming. It doesn't matter, but we normally choose 0 indexed. If we use 0 indexed, then it would range from 0 to 9, and then from 10 to 19, and then from 20 to 29. So 20 would be the start of the third range. But if you use 1 indexed, then 21 would be the start of the third range. So this range would start at 21. So if we want to multiply that for whatever reason by 2, then we get to 42, which will not be the start of that range. But if you use 0 indexed approach, then the start of the third range will be 20, and if you multiply that by 2, it will be 40. So we will now have the start of that range, of the, I think, 5th range. See, so we have just demonstrated an upside of using 0 indexing in programming. There are probably more upsides, but that is one. That is an actual mathematical and thus objective and strong reason to do that. Anyway, so there's the first index, the first slot here, we load whether it is occupied, and if that is less than or equal to 0, then it is not occupied, and so we evacuate that thing. Cancel. Did I just enter something? No. Why is this? Huh. Yeah. So if there's no canister, then we unconditionally say, yeah, stop that thing, and, except if there's the override switch, so I can still fill my gas tank, And I must be careful. If I have my bottle in there and I keep filling the gas tank, then at some point I will have a pressure that is too high for the canister, but I wasn't there yet. Anyway, so that's the occupied thing, and then we have the occupant hash. So I load the occupant hash, and then I compare that, and then I set target pressure 9000. And if the occupant hash is that of the smart canister, then I will set this indeed as the target pressure. Why did I choose 9000 instead of 9500? Actually, I don't quite understand. Because this setup is kind of the same as my CO2 device, where I go to 9500, and that worked every time. But in this case, for some reason, it doesn't. When I use 9500, it might sometimes go over 10. And I don't know why that is. Anyway, so then I read from the canister holder the pressure that it has, and if the pressure is high enough, then I go to no canister or target pressure reached. Otherwise, I fall through to this thing, which doesn't need its label for this. This label is only for the switch. Switch this thing to active and turn the vent on. And actually, have I already... Oh no, that here. Turn the vent to that mode and turn it on, and also turn the device on. Yeah, that's it. That's this thing. Okay, maybe we should then start to be a bit more creative and try to get that show on the road over there, right? ...200 kilopascals, 300 degrees. Let's let some of that in.
Temperature high.
I mean, this thing's running and should cool down the atmosphere. Yeah, it's still spreading out, I think. Yep, cooling down.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
Okay, I installed these things. I didn't quite use them yet. What I'm currently... Okay, let's see what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to make sure that these things are being pumped through the entire line, and that is already happening. Okay, let's demonstrate that. Let's actually write the code that makes that happen. This pumps everything through and through, because that is the foundation of the concept. Of course, first I have my definitions. I get the sorter, structure sorter. Then I have the instance of the autolathe sorter, the only sorter that I cared about so far. I'm still in the experimentation stage, you know. But I know I'm a bit jumpy. That is the second one. Then we have EP and TM. EP and TM. Dude, I pressed that key already. Autolathe, pipe bender, electronics printer, tool manufactory, or tool maker. It's tool maker, I think. Save, edit. Then I define the stacker. I will only need one. Why do I need a stacker? Well, I want to toss in, for example, whatever came from my mining, and then of course smelting, because I don't want to smelt this in here. Maybe 2 later, but there's too many steps at once. So then I want to reduce the stack of 50 down to 10, or my stack of like 500 steel that I made down to 10. And if something is less than 10, then I want to get it to 10, or whatever value I choose. But I want to get there, that's the point. That's what the stacker is for. Then we have the ore uranium that I want to use as a stop bit. Why do I want to use a stop bit? Why don't I want to use that stuff and let it run through the whole time? Well, that might be a bit annoying. So instead I might use a clock kind of thing that starts that sometimes, so that the manufacturers are probably refilled, and I can also trigger that manually, as I already expressed, by flipping the stacker's trigger, you know, manually. Then it will just start the next run. But also I want to know how much copper and gold and so forth I have in the entire pipeline. So what I aim to do at some point is to sum all that up and show it on some displays, and for that, of course, I can't keep that stuff running the whole time. I need to have the stop bit, as it will count up, it will count the same things multiple times. I don't want that. So the stop bit is a good a good idea from multiple perspectives. And uranium, I want to have that in there. No thank you, I don't need that shit yet. Then I want to define the LEDs, that these are just for debugging. Then I have my start, yield, turn all LEDs on, set the colors. Then I turn the stacker on here explicitly. That is still from debugging, because for some reason it didn't turn on, and I couldn't find out why. It doesn't matter. Then I'm loading from the sorter, that's the front one at the autolathe, the 4 slots that it has. Does it have 4 slots? Yeah, not to go here and then copy that. No, that is wrong. You need the installed kit, that thing, the structure sorter. We have modes, and yeah, like with the doors that you can set to logic mode, the sorter and also the stacker have a logic mode, so you can control them entirely. They have their own automatic functionality, and that is the normal mode. Like when you set the stacker to 100, you toss something in and it will see to that. That happens. But in logic mode, you are entirely in control. You can detect what's in there, you can decide what happens. This thing will just be a device with sensors and mechanisms and input and output, and you are the one who decides what happens. And that's what logic mode means. And of course I'm setting them to logic mode. So here we have the logic slots, and I don't know what they are. Here we have connections. I don't know if these are identical to those. Oh no, up here we have the import slot, the export slot. Then we have the I don't know what the fuck that is slot. This is I don't know what the fuck. This is slot, and then we have data disk. Oh, I can detect if there's a disk in there. That's cool, because then I can then I have kind of an additional switch that I can use. For example, I could put the disk in when I want this thing to keep running and ignore the, I mean not here, but I guess the stacker also has the stacker. Yeah, the stacker is the guy who kicks out people. Does it also have a disk slot? Slots. Oh, okay, doesn't have that. So stacker, the sorter. Okay, I need to care about the import slot, what comes in, about the export slot, and this might be the whatever's inside their slot. No, that's not true. Bullshit. This is the import, this is the export, and this is the other export, obviously. I don't know what this means. NEM doesn't tell me anything. Yeah, I want to find out what's in those. I actually only want to find out what's in the import slot. But I wrote all of them to those guys here. That is, yeah, sometimes you might have wondered what something like -4e plus 08 means or something. That's the scientific, that's the IT that's the IT as an information technology version of the scientific notation of large numbers, or rather numbers that have lots of digits, you know. And here we are saying exponent plus 8, which means we have 8 zeros basically after this 4. Let's see if that is indeed so. What is currently in there? We have 2 grams of ingot gold. Let's see what gold is. Ingot. Here we have the number. I didn't expect that. Item gold ingot. 2264. Wait. Am I possibly getting the sum of the two of them? I mean, it is 2, and 2 times 2 is 4. Is that what's happening here? That would be so fucked up. Let's see. What's my statement here? What am I saying? Oh yes, I'm loading. Occupant hash sum. Okay, let's find out what this does then. Average. No, it's still that. Is my chip on? Yeah. Wait, again, so this thing is saying contains 2 grams of ingot gold. And ingot gold has this hash. It's 220 whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 digits, and then a 2. But here we have a -4. So this thing with the average that I did was stupid anyway, because it's not negative. I mean, I wouldn't have used average here. That was just to find out what's going on here. Why is it this number? Oh, I'm stupid. This is oh my god. Okay, this is the sorter, and I guess I need to use the configuration cartridge to see what's currently going on in there. So let's burden our AC a bit more. What degrees do we have in here? Oh, it's rather hot, isn't it? Yeah, the sun is up. I could have used the airlock, but that's too tedious. I need the configuration cartridge. Do I have that yet? Nope. Some uranium reserves. I could have called that iranium, right? Okay, anyway, let's get the configuration cartridge. And you know, between videos I also went mining, and I also went mining. So that it is not so very boring. Configuration cartridge. Speaking of boring.
Hydration critical.
Can't do harm.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
We have waste tank reserves and we have oxygen reserves. So what's going on? Here we have this is the objective number. This is shown as a hex value to make it shorter, I guess. But this is just a number like any other. You know, we are using the decimal system, we humans, because we have 10 digits, 10 fingers. That's not the hard reason, but I guess why that was chosen. I would have much preferred instead a hexadecimal system because it is mathematically purer, you know, because you know, the lowest difference, I mean, seriously, if I were basically in government, would be eternal and so forth, you know, the project of the cosmos. I mean, I'm always thinking long term. I might not ever be in that position, but I like to think that. Why the fuck not? Why should I not consider what would happen if the universe were the place where humans can live eternally and there would be no evil? And so we could finally do this project of mankind, of Earth, and of conquering, in quotation marks, the cosmos. Seriously, could do it for real instead of this lumbering that we're doing this whole fucking time. And so I'm thinking about stuff like that, you know. What would be the number system? Well, I would hope that we could then transition mankind to a different numeric system, which in my opinion should then be the hexadecimal system. Not so much because I'm a programmer, but because, well, let's look at this. The numbers that we're expressing in everyday life, they're getting larger and larger, aren't they? And the hexadecimal system allows to write more stuff with with fewer characters. And it's mathematically purer, because what are we expressing when we are using numbers? We are expressing meaning, or rather we're expressing difference. And the smallest difference you can express is 1 and 0, or let's say it's yes and no, true and false, and we express it as 1 and 0. That's also why we have the binary system in the computer. And, you know, imagine that mankind would have been using the hexadecimal system, which is using 16 digits, which is 2 times 8, which is 2 times 4, which is 2 times 2, which is 2 times... Wait. 2 times 1, yeah, of course. But I mean, like, 2. We have 2 digits, the 0 and the 1, to express differences. That's the minimum that we need. Dude, that's annoying. Don't do that to me. The smallest value difference that we have is 0 and 1, else we cannot really express meaning in numbers. And so that would be the smallest. And then if we double that and double that and double that, we get... I doubled that again? Sorry, I lost track. Then we add 16. And so 16, you know, hexadecimal, which uses 16 digits, would still have that mathematical foundation of expressing difference somewhere in it. I'm sure it would express mathematically in the long run, and then we would also, in our thinking and calculations, be closer to what computers are doing, and computers are integral to our life. And so that would probably make the flow of mankind's reality flow a little bit more straightforward and a little bit faster. That's why I think that the hexadecimal system would be a reasonable choice. So now let's move on. What do we have in there? We have the statistics of export and import count. I don't care about that. And then we have... Oh, I cannot use that. I cannot look at the slots here? Dude, shit, man. But this must be copper, or it must be the what's its name? But yeah, look. -4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. -4 and 8 digits. Come on. -4 and then 8 digits. That's what that means.
Waste tank caution.
And my waste tank is almost full. That is also what that not means. So that's what's in there. We currently have in there a stack of copper. And then I can make a decision. I can make the decision, do I want to put this in here or not? These corner pieces which would be necessary here, I remove them so that I can debug better. And also, maybe they're not actually necessary. Because let's toss something in there that is actually unsuitable. Oh, that was a success. I cannot import that, but I think I can import ore. I'm thirsty once more. I need some ore that I can put in there. Neither? Oh. Oh. I'm sure I pulled out some uranium ore from that slot, but that was when I had the corner piece on. But you probably have seen me toss ingots all over the place into those manufactories, and I'm not that good at tossing. So this location here should be enough to capture that automatically anyway. So we can keep those things open for debugging and it will still be functional, I think. Then we want to see, is there enough copper in there? If not, just toss the copper that we have in here, in there, and then continue with the process. Okay, I wanted to turn this thing on so that it just pipes everything through. Let's do that then. Here I set the sorter to logic mode, I turn it on, and I say output 0. Yeah, I think output is actually the statement that you can make. Should it output? No. There you can say output to where. Let's see, sorter. I have to shut up my stupid program once more. Fucken Sie bitte off. Thank you. So the sorter, it can output something to its export 1 and to its export 2. And you can make that happen by writing to the value output. To demonstrate that, yeah, let's actually do that. Let's test two things at once. It's working! And that's a good way to stack all that stuff again, which I stupidly split apart at some point. Interesting. Didn't it just, like, stop for a moment? What was the reason for that? Maybe that was the reason.
Critical.
Yeah.
Temperature high.
Okay, now it's all in here. So you just saw that, you know, we set output 1, and that is the command for this now logic-driven and not self-driven device to output whatever it has inside to output 1. So we can now lazily see what's in our import, and then we can decide what shall happen with that. I think that problem is technically solved. But what about the stacker? Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's nice, Jimmy Tunnel. Okay, that's where we're at. It will toss that, and it will go round and round in circles, and you can imagine how that works. But how can we get this to this thing here? That is basically my crux right now.
Power low.
Pause. So where's the stacker? This is all the debugging stuff, which I now currently no longer need for that. Now instead I want to analyze the stacker. What slots does it have? Import, export and export, which is obviously a bit confusing. Why do they have the same name? What's happening there? Could it be that one of them is to stack stuff up and the other is to actually export? What's happening? So to find out, we will just, do stuff. So we switch that to logic mode. Can I tell this thing to take in more stuff? I can tell it to output. But can I tell it to to input. Or maybe that's how this works. You know, there will be something at the import slot that I can then measure, and then I can trigger output and can say output to this or to that. One might be pipe it through directly, the other might mean stack it. So I might even be able to sort mixed stuff. You know, some copper is coming, some gold is coming. I want to stack the copper and just let the gold through directly. Maybe that's possible. Who knows? We will find out, because I have my debugging things already set up nicely. Huh, peculiar. First mode 1 and then turn off. I don't want to make sure that it doesn't do anything. I don't even know how this simulation behaves if you give it some command and then it doesn't have a yield in between, and the game also doesn't interject a yield forcedly, which it would do if you don't have out of free will a voluntary yield here. I don't even know what would happen. Would it sometimes take action between statements? I'm not sure. I don't know. No clue. So stacker to mode 1. Stacker on. Is mode 1 even the correct one? Mode 1. Stacker. Logic. So then we load from the stacker. And now it only has 3 slots, but I will just try 4 slots and see if the game will complain or not. There's an interesting thing to understand. It should complain that 38 line 38, slot 3 doesn't even exist. It does. Error incorrect logic slot type line 38. Cool. Very cool. Yeah, what do we have? Nothing. We have nothing. Very good. Now this thing is in logic mode and is turned on. Theoretically, when we toss in our uranium, wherever it might reside, oh there, it should stop at that thing. That was a bit limp-dicked. Uh-huh. So what we just saw was that it was popping up here, and then it popped up there. What is with this one? Doesn't this exist at all, this other slot, or what are we talking about? Well, to find out, I will just give the output command. I will say sbn cls stacker ins stacker output 1. Nothing's happening that I know of. Oh, yes, something happened. It outputted that. Wait a second. What happens now? Of course, first I have to remove that... God fucking damn it. I have to remove that debug command. I don't want it to output. Still here. Interesting. This will... Ah, the tooltips are more speaking, aren't they? Will force change from logic to automatic mode when I flip this. Okay, so the uranium is still in there and it is in slot 2 again, not in slot 1. Maybe slot 1 is only needed when that thing is not in logic mode. I have no clue. Maybe I'm really required now, you know, my decision. Let's see what happens if I flip this. Aha, okay, the lever is still in that position because there's nothing in there, but it will force change from logic to automatic mode, meaning it is now in logic mode like my code is telling it to be in. Now the question is what happens if we put in some other stuff. For example, here we have 6 gold. What happens if I turn this thing up to 10?
Hunger caution.
Could it be skipped this one entirely? Or maybe that was just some timing issue. I'm not sure. Anyway, we have this in there. 2.3e. You know, remember 2 billion whatever, that was gold. And so there's gold in there. This is also, you know, expressed by the golden color here. What happens if I reduce the stack size? Nothing, because it's in logic mode. Whatever I set here, it doesn't matter. Yes. Let's just ingest something. This is getting annoying. It is not healthy. Oxygen. Apparently I did something wrong in the code. Let's fix that. The O2 filtration, room and gas, import. And that's kinda how I approach my day at the office when I'm programming. Like, I need to eat something? I need to drink something? No, I need to program something. That's kinda how I approach that. Because I only eat once a day, you know? I get up, get ready for work, then I go to work, then I do my work, then after like 10-ish hours I'm back home, and then I have breakfast, and then I drink something. I also don't drink anything during the day. That's how I do that. I've been doing so since 2005, basically intermittent fasting hardcore, and I don't feel it. It's completely normal to me, as really, you can so get used to it that to me it seems outlandish to even eat multiple times a day. I mean, I'm asking myself, when the fuck would I even digest all of that? I mean, did you digest part of that and then it's kind of still in there, and then you're tossing some fresh strawberries and grapes or whatever into that half-digested, disgusting mud when your stomach is saying, oh, okay, let's start over, shall we? Is that good for your, I don't know, constitution? I'm not sure, and I don't know how often we ate when we were still Neanderthals and such, because I guess it took a while to hunt for the deer, right? And then also we had a lot of deer there, and then you know, how to keep that stuff fresh, yeah, with salt and so forth. But did we know that from the start? You know, you have to think evolution. You have to think evolution, not the last thousands of years of intellect, maybe, or emerging intellect. So what was that? Didn't we like eat only one time a day, maybe? Was that not rather normal? I don't know. I cannot tell, and I don't want to tell you to do that. Absolutely not. That's not what I'm doing. But I have heard that intermittent fasting, which is like you fast for a day, then you eat. You fast for a while, and then you eat again. You know, you just spread out the meals further, and then you eat more, but overall you eat the same amount. But that is good for you. I heard that, but that's not why I did that. I did that for other reasons, and the actual reason why I did that is that I observed that when I've eaten something, something happens to me that happens to most people, I assume, because I'm like, you know, not that much, but you know, like your mind is slowed and you just want to sit there on your ass, and you know, I don't want to jump around and do things actively with my will and with my intellect, of which I have some. I don't want to do something like that. I just feel I'm, you know. But the further I get away from the meal, the less that effect kicks. And so I decided, you know what? Let's distance myself from that as far as reasonably possible. And so every day at the office, I'm of freshest intellect, and then in the evening when I get home and want to relax my ass from all the work, I also eat, which is a great combination, so I am having a better life than a human who doesn't do that, is my position on the matter. Anyway, so let's see what the bug is here. Must be related to the mode. of the LEDs. Here I'm writing mode 1, which is wrong, and that must be mode 0. And simple. Ins LED room oxygen. Large, yeah, that was all. 40-ish%. Pressure is a bit high, maybe want to suck some of that away. And the suit, yeah, whatever. Yeah, maybe you have noticed in my playthrough of this world that I don't happen to have any storms and my day counter is at 0. I don't know why that is. It might be because of the game changes. Might be because I'm playing beta, might be because I started this world at some point and later there were some game changes, so it wouldn't happen now. It didn't happen back then, but it happened because of this transition between the two states. It is indecipherable to me, and maybe it is also fixable. I don't know. I haven't yet bothered trying to fix the storm situation. How was that? Oh, that's because I let the AC run for this whole time, I guess. Good thing we have Mr. Fallback here. Ah, yeah, you can see the pressure drop here. Yeah, I actually don't need that, yeah. 33% oxygen. That's enough. That's enough. And this is how I'm building up this pressure reservoir. 10 megapascals of almost pure oxygen. Then I have to do the same with volatiles. I will do that also in a climatized room like this one, because then the climatization of the room, which I then have just have to extend and make more powerful, will take care of the overheated stuff. And then I will use it at my leisure, you know, when the time is right. That is how I think of that. Maybe that plan is stupid, and then I will find out the hard way. But I don't like this. I mean, I'm a lazy guy, so I don't like to approach this with 100% thoroughness and build the whole coolant thing and blah blah blah. I just, you know, see what's necessary, then do that thing. Okay, where were we? I think we can just continue. Let me just do... There's some that. We have prepared 2 stacks of steel, so let's just smelt some iron. In that convenient way over here. This arc furnace is just being kept activated by 1 line of MIPS code, actually 2, because I need to be able to address that thing, so I need to get its type, you know, define, hash, blah blah blah. And then whenever I toss something in, it will burn that automatically. This chute system makes sure that I have a stack of stuff that I can put in there, and this chute system makes sure that I don't have to walk over to the other side. It will come into the room, and this vent here will make sure that this little box out there is evacuated so that there's no dangerous stuff in there, because when you smelt gold, it will give off oxygen and volatiles together. That will be fire, and that will destroy shit. Actually will destroy it. Yes, this is not a joke. So that's why I have my little box here. So on Vulcan, I have my little box permanently here to have that thing evacuated, so I can keep it outside because I don't want the poisonous fumes. And on Europa, I have my little box temporarily for my can here. That was kind of a genius move, which I came up with before the start of the video, basically. I recorded my Europa playthrough, not entirely, you know, I can still continue with that, but the day only is 24 hours, like I keep saying, yes. And there in the first video, which is setting up camp, you should watch that, I think, if you struggle with Europa, because it really shows you how to get that done. I making a little box room like I showed over there, and put this thing in early, because otherwise, I mean, this one's a Mark II, but on Europa you have a Mark I, which is not insulated, and then that stuff in there will cool down, and Europa is minus 160 degrees, and so eventually it will be so cold that, well, that you can't breathe it. Then you will put your oxygen bottle in there, you know, you just toss that up here, and yeah, it's still rather full, isn't it? And it will be filled. That pressure and this pressure will equalize, so you will have your 7 or so megapascals, but it will be too hot, too cold, and you will breathe that happily, and the pain will stupidly not be expressed by the game. I hope they will put that in, that there will be some kind of pain vignette blue effect around the screen or something like that, or rather something more flashy, flashing on the screen, because you're in pain, your lungs are fucking freezing. But a computer voice has to tell you after a while that this has now been going on for so long that now your lungs have taken damage, and that's just not realistic. I want that to change.
Airtime critical.
But this one has good temperature. Yeah, and that's why I put that in the box. Anyway, so now let's go back to business. And before we do that, let's pause the video because I kinda need to take a short break. And we're back. Oh, that was not the right choice. Okay, the plan is rather clear, right? Let's find out how this thing behaves. Is the recording working? Yep. How this thing behaves when we put in two different things. I mean, it's a stacker, but it's in logic mode. Is there something in there? No. Is there something in there? No. Is there something in here? No. So we have that here, yes. Now I need to split that. How the fuck would I split that? Ironically, I need a stacker for that. Though, no, I don't. Yeah, I do. Okay, whatever. Let's go over there and do that. It's rather warm in here, isn't it? Maybe I should go through the airlock next time. So, my goal is to find out what happens if I toss in 3 gold, then some copper, and then 3 gold again. Temperature is 42 degrees, yeah. That is not a time for me to risk further heating. So let's make sure that this is closed. Never forget to close your double door system. And then let's leave the station.
Oxygen low.
Yeah.
Oxygen critical.
What I also want to try is what happens if you toss in 3 gold and then you toss in 3 gold. Will the thing stack them, or will I have to make the decision whether it will stack, since it's now in logic mode? You want to learn about that thing, and we're using science. Which makes it kind of fun that it's not documented here, right? Kinda. Oh, I didn't consider that. But since my plan ultimately is to have breathable atmosphere in this room anyway, why not just unleash my waste tanks in here? Oh, dude, what is happening? That, what you just saw, was auto-ignition temperature threshold. We just reached a temperature so high that stuff started burning without an actual burning process otherwise happening. Because, I mean, surely the air is not on fire. Dude, that is intense, man. 343 degrees, yeah. How will we ever cool that down? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have glass, but you know, I'm not a min-maxer here. I mean, just playing around. I mean, in other games I might be, but in this game I'm not, because there's such a vast field of things to do. I just want to, like, enjoy myself. I drift along, I dance through the landscape. Oh, let's pick up this canister and throw it. So, let's look at this thing then. There's nothing in there. Are we giving the output command? No, I believe we do not. So let's also take the copper and then toss in the gold. Yeah, that didn't work. Aha. So here we have our copper, and here we have our gold. They were not mixed together as was expected. The question is, can I now output this thing? What happens if I give it some kind of command here? Wait, I realized that's stupid. Because... Where is it? Here, output. The output command will just output what's in the respective slot. I mean, okay, when I say output 1, will it output 1? Let's say output 0. Let's see what happens. What? What's happening? I have a suspicion. The suspicion is that the second slot has the stacking purpose. So when I toss something in here and it is already stacked correctly, or when we are in logic mode, it will immediately go into this slot because that entire stacker mechanism has been skipped. It has been skipped because the stack size was already appropriate, or it has been stacked because we're in logic mode. Let's verify if that is true. For that, let's set this thing to a higher value. First toss in gold. And then copper. So that's gold. I tossed in gold first. Now in here we have copper. So I actually just triggered the entire thing to output. Where's the gold? Oh, right. Stupid. So I first tossed in the gold. Easy to remember because the last thing I would also want to toss in is gold again. And then it landed in the gold landed in the third slot. The copper landed in the first slot, and then I said output 0. What happened was, I think that this slot was moved to that slot, I mean the content, and this slot was then necessarily output. The copper, though, was not output. Let's see the difference if instead of this I say output 1. Then I'm directly saying to the endpoint of this whole logic of this whole stacker system machine thingy that it shall output, which means that it should automatically move into that slot since it's now free.
Air tank low.
Whatever is
Hydration critical.
whatever's waiting. Let's see. First gold, then copper. No, that is not what happens. What is here? Gold. So it did the same thing again. It did the exact same thing again. And since it did that, let's click import and see if the code is indeed changed. Yes, it is. Output 1. Well, it has 3 slots, right? Let's try this then. It's not outputting anything. I mean, there's still copper in there. And I'm saying output, but it's not outputting. Why not? Am I in the right section? Define, define, define. Yield. Stacker, stacker, stacker. Load the values. Show the
Air
values.
tank critical.
Interesting. How do we get that slot to output? It seems like we cannot actually do the counting. It seems like we cannot say, hey stacker, leave the counting to me. I will do that for you.
Oxygen low.
I will just use your machinery and sensors and motors and servos. Instead, it seems to insist on the amount that it wants to stack. Before that, it will not output. That's a bit disturbing. But I can just... interesting. I can say output...
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, I always step aside when I fart. So, this, we have 3 slots. Let's look at the documentation again. The stacker has the import slot, where we just saw the copper waiting while the gold was already where? Was it here or was it there? It was here. It was shown here on the LEDs. This slot was kind of empty. Then I set output slot 1 or output slot 0, I don't remember exactly. And then something moved to this slot. And then, you know, stuff like that. I don't know how exactly this thing works, but maybe we don't need to. Let's look at the task at hand. What we need to do is we want to stack things in there to the level of 1, to the level of 10. And if we detect, though, that what's in there is this ore stuff, then basically, yeah, actually we want to set that thing to 10 period. And if you ever need to logically switch that to outputting, then we can just set the value here to 1. And what if there's nothing in there that... Then it can't output anything. So, no, 1 is the trigger. You just do setting 1, problem solved. Therefore, let's do setting 10 now. What's in there? 1 copper ingot. Let's put in... Now the copper is coming out, interesting. So I can push something in by force using the statement that I put in there, but I cannot force something out by statement. Interesting. Seems to be an oversight, but anyway. Now let's go back from all the sciencey stuff and go into the actual execution of the plan. So instead of output, I would do setting 10. Fuck that. Mode 1. Maybe I want to do that first. Setting 10. I think it's setting. I mean, that won't make sense to assume that. That's all we do then. Export. Should it become active now? Oh, 3 grams of gold. Okay. Yeah, what happens if I put in some copper now and then some gold? And then so, okay, whatever. Aha, then it is waiting, for the stack is not yet sufficient in size. So we can basically, let's first check if the setting is 10 now. It is, okay. So we can do now the following. We can compare the hash of that which is here with the hash of that which is there. And if that hash is different, then we will force this thing to go here. Which we can actually do the whole time, right? We can do that unconditionally, because when is that ever wrong? I mean, if this thing would stack anyway, then I guess it would stack. Or what would happen? Okay, we have to find out what happens. What happens here if we put in 2 of these gold stacks directly after each other? Problem though is that then we will no longer have our nice testing thing. Where is the other gold? Is it here? Is it here? No. I don't understand. Where's the gold? Right. I'm toss up. So. Yeah, problem is though if the test is successful, and I assume that's what will happen, if we toss both of them in there, they will just be stacked. Well, that thing is a stacker. But we have more that we can test with after. So let's test that. Let's first see what the code does, so I'm not doing something stupid. Let. Stacker mode 1, setting 10 on, and nothing else is what we're doing. Okay. Assumption, they will be stacked. Ah, fuck my life. Okay, it didn't show up. I assume it's just now part of that. Stack size 10 and content is 6. Alright. Wait, you know what? We have a stacker here, right? Oh, fuck my life. Interesting, that didn't take priority. Excuse me. We have a stack size of 3. And there are now 6 in there. Shouldn't this output them accordingly? Okay, now that we have stack size 3 and the thing is no longer in logic mode, no, we'll force change from logic to automatic mode. In other words, it is in logic mode. The setting is 3. The setting doesn't take effect. I have to stack myself. But the question then is, how the fuck do I output this? Not like this. One then, maybe? Or is this thing broken now or whatever? That's fucked up, man. We have some 6 grams of iron ingot, gold ingot in there. It's in logic mode. And it's set to 3 and nothing's coming out, man. How do you output from a stacker programmatically? Activate. But no, activate is not what we want. Activate outputs all that's in there. I don't want to output all that's in there, I want to output 3.
Waste tank caution.
I mean, let's just say this. If I have to stack them manually now, basically, I have to count how many is it, then output or don't output. Then I must be able to stop that thing from... I mean, okay, if I toss in 11 and I say it shall be 10, then normally it will output 10 and then will output 1 once I flip the lever, else the 1 will stay in there. If I use logic mode now, it will have in there like 9 and then 2 more come in there and then...
Health low.
And then it would have become 11 before I could stop it at 10. That is how I see this. Am I wrong? Oh, oxygen. Yeah, maybe we should interrupt this whole thing for a moment and talk about how to set up the AC that it works like this. I mean, we're on Vulcan and actually there's a thing that I have to show you. Save. One moment. Yes, it's minus 150 degrees. We're on Vulcan. The outdoor temperature is loading in chunks. The outdoor temperature is 168 degrees, but it will of course rise again during the day to like 600 indoors, so we have minus 150 degrees. That is so cold that these balls there are the CO2 that just dropped out of the air. Demonstration, okay, here it is. Wait, shouldn't this now... Didn't I just add CO2 to the atmosphere? I thought I did, but apparently I didn't. Well, let's do this again then, because this is certainly CO2. Yeah, something's dying. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna keep this. It's just wanted to know how powerful the setup is, you know? That was when I added the last two and hadn't yet spray painted them. I just spontaneously thought, you know. Yeah, something's dying here, but it doesn't matter. That is how cold you can get this with these guys, right? You know? But only during the night, when the temperature differential to the outdoor temperature, which is then 600 or so degrees, or 650, is not so is not so large. Or rather, you know, this has 63, minus 33, minus 113, minus 145, minus 149, minus 49. But during the day, we will have much more heat, and that's like 520 degrees now, yeah. So let's see what the pipes are saying. 267, 224, 187, 148, 105, 62. I mean, it seems as if I would just keep adding these guys, then we would eventually be able to push against the heat out there so strongly that we can cool down indeed also during the day. And as we have seen, if these guys run only during the night, which is what I did then, you know, actually no, I ran it through. I ran it limitlessly, you know, at some point only during the day, during the night. At some point just left them on. This worked. Heated up in like a few degrees during the day. Didn't matter. So the setup as it is would cool down the room very much. So the only thing we would need is the ability to cool down during the day. And if we add more of these, then maybe that is possible. That would be kind of a problem here where the greenhouse stuff is, but I guess we'll find a way. I mean, we just need some pipe. So how does this work then? Here we have an insulated pipe because I don't want whatever hot gas is up there in the station. But what is the gas in there? Oxygen, pure oxygen, because it's the friendliest stuff that I could think of to use as a gas that will not have some kind of phase change shenanigans that will spit into my soup, you know. So I just gathered some oxygen, and then I took a where is it? One of these guys, and added it to the side, just plopped the bottle in, and then there was pressure equalization between the bottle and the pipe. I took the bottle out, and then I had my oxygen in there, and that's all. What temperature was that? Does it matter? The temperature will change all the time anyway. So the only thing that mattered was pure oxygen. In the same way, I added the gas to this system. Because these are closed system. That is a closed system. Up there is also not open. It's just in thermal energy exchange, but not in gas exchange. So up there we have normal pipes, obviously, and then convection pipe radiators. And this is the waste gas, or rather the waste heat output of this AC. And here we have the input, and here the output. Whatever you put in here will be cooled down in here and will come out here. So it's completely reasonable to just connect the output to the input to have just one closed loop of stuff that you want to cool down. Similarly here, where we pump in the room's air and just let it out to the room straight away. And this guy, we cannot see that really. Yeah, we can kind of see it, is connected to the waste heat output of that guy. And that is what this is. This system cools down this pipe. This system cools down that pipe and pumps its waste heat into this one, and so forth, until we at the last one, who doesn't have such a thing because it wants to use the room itself as its closed pipe thing. That's what this setup is. And also I have learned that putting in here some gas pressure, not just like 3.5 pascals or whatever, but quite some substance to work with is wise. I don't know how high I should go with this. It could be like 30 megapascals, for example, reasonably. But I think 3-4 megapascals is a good pressure to work with. If you have gas that won't cause some phase change shenanigans. Okay, so much for that. Let's go back to business. So the standing question, how cold is it? Okay, is how can we get the stacker to stack using logic to the amount that we desire and not to a different amount? Because currently we have the setting 3, yet we have 6 of those in there. So what's happening there? No.
Power low.
What? Where's the gold? What? Where's the gold? What kind of spooky shit is happening now, man? Where's the fucking gold, man? Is it in that stacker still? Let's find out. There's a blunter way to do so. Copy name. Deconstruct. Yep, there's the gold. Why is the gold in the sorter? I mean, it's not stacker, sorter. What? Wasn't this thing red before? Interesting. I thought it would be deconstruct. That's sadly a bit inconsistent in the game. For example, the lead things here, you might wonder how I spray painted them black. Because I cannot spray paint them now. Well, you have to unbuild them. You have to deconstruct them. As in, you don't have to put them up in the first place. You just take a stack of these, spray paint them, then you can build them. Then you can no longer spray paint them, for whatever reason. So, what was happening here? Ah, right, the name. Paste. Confirm. Why was the gold stuck in there? Let's see what our code is doing. With the stacker. With the sorter. Ah, goddammit, that's... Prepare lids. Lids. Why did the sorter not output what it had there? What happened there? Write to sorter mode 2, which is logic. Turn it on and output 1. That was in the loop, man. But it didn't happen. What the fuck is happening here? Did I possibly build up the wrong... No, when would that have happened? I mean, it happened worked a few minutes ago. What's happening now? Fuck. This is the kind of problem I don't need while trying to struggle a new concept I'm trying to implement into submission. Wasn't this thing set already? What's happening? I mistaken? Should you not say output 1, output 0? Huh, apparently I haven't understood how the sorter works yet. Let's check that out then. Power, lock, clear memory, output, mode, on, export count, prefab, error, required import count, reference ID. No, output, it must be output. And I'm writing to output. I'm writing to output. What's happening? Let's try something else then. Prepare, prepare. It's not doing anything. It's not on. Well, no wonder that it doesn't do anything then, but I am turning it on with logic. And I do remember that when I built all this shit, I turned on the stackers actually using program code. So what is the mistake that I'm doing here? Class sorter. Let's first check if the name is correct. Manu sorter AL. Now, is the type correct? Okay, you cannot see the type here. That is annoying. How do I ever find out what type this is? By trying to deconstruct it. No? I cannot see what type it is because there are two types, you know? One is reverse and then you have to, of course, use the other... Wait, what am I saying? That's for stackers, not for sorters. There's only one sorter, but there are two stackers. Yep. Why is it not outputting, man? How do you output? And why is it not on? Okay, why is it not on is the question. Must be in the source code. Ah, god fucking damn it. Round and round it goes. Stupid me. It's a noise. Always these stupid mistakes. Anyway, so I'm showing output 0, which means that it keeps going round and round until it reaches the stacker, of course. Here you have set stack size 10, right. Let's set stack size 3. Let's see if that does something if I set it from here. Oh, it does something. Maybe there's a difference if I set it from here or from the logic. That of course should not be the case, but is it now running through the entire system again? Why? Didn't I just say output? I didn't. I guess there's an asynchronicity between the things that I think I have done and that I'm actually doing. And let me guess, we have to eat soon? Okay. I need to be able to toss in like 2, or let's say
Hunger caution.
No. Yes. So what happens now? One comes out, the other stays, yes? No contents to clear? Did I forget to click export or something? I did forget to click export. One still in there, okay. Now we can experiment a bit. Okay, what's the goal? I want to be able to stack to the size of... Basically, if I set this to 10, it will stack until it's 10 and then it will output. But what if I can only stack to size 9 and something else comes along? What happens then? So setting 10 once more, or setting 3 maybe. And I hear I'm saying output 1. Let's remove that. Export. So I'm saying setting this to guess who? Yeah, it's late in the day, but let's continue. Is set to 3 and I have 3 here. I'm not telling it to output, but I think that it outputs regardless because the number has been reached. Okay, what then if we set it to like 10 or something, or put something else in, 1 gram for example, and then we put in something else. What happens then? Aha, it doesn't do anything, it doesn't know what to do. So it looks like we can just keep doing this all the time because it will trigger an output. I don't know what output that needs to be, output 1, output 2, output whatever the fuck, but let's see what happens. Right, my setting of 3 is now biting me a bit. A bit much for my taste. But everything came out. No, did everything come out? No. Ah, good. Okay, thank you. Thank you, universe, for having that situation. So we know now that the statement does not cause the output. But we have seen that the statement causes a pushover. Like there was something in here that wasn't yet stacked high enough according to the setting, but since something else was waiting, it was able to push that over and then it would be in that slot to be stacked, and if high enough would come out, and if not high enough and nothing more is coming, it would stay. And that is the intention. Okay. Now let's finally make this happen, I guess. So we want setting 10. We want to constantly output, and the sorter, yeah, then we will actually deal with the sorter occupant hash and stuff like that. So I will no longer output here, or yeah, maybe, no, I won't. And we can move on to the manufactory. So let's see, we have the auto lathe. What logic does it have? Oh, it's the mod. Ha 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 ha. Resources used. Manufacturers. Logic. Does it have slots? Reagents. What the fuck is reagents? Total number of reagents recorded by the device. The total number? I cannot know what's inside there? Excuse me? Oh, motherfucker. We cannot even make this happen. Because we cannot read what's in there. That's so stupid. What the fuck, man? Well, since I cannot read what's in there, we have to use a different approach. I mean, of course, I can like start some kind of statistic as to what has been put in there, but I have a better idea. Equal distribution of wealth. No, that is not my politics, and would not be my politics, because if you work for a thing, then you...
supported, commercial-free, worldwide radio, through salad from Soma FM.
Because if you work for a thing, then you deserve that thing, you know? There's of course more concerns there to be had, like, what if the way you worked for that was kind of a bit predatory? Did you possibly get more than you actually deserve from your work? You know, that those kind of things need to be considered. I'm obviously talking politics right now. But in that regard, I would say that if you worked for the thing, then it's yours, and no one shall ever take that away from you. Taxes are a different thing. Taxes are good as long as they make sense, because we want, for example, our streets to work, and we want there also some kind of normative approach. So there shouldn't be some patchwork of streets that work like this over here or like that over there. I mean, I haven't yet made my final decision in this regard, but if I'd be in politics, then yeah, tax are a good thing. If they are done right, of course. But redistribution of wealth, no. You have that thing, you deserve that thing. But we need to make sure that no one will actually be poor. We also need to make sure that they will be deserving. That is the thing that I have in mind for the future. And I think that can be ensured. Anyway, by karma. Do you feel the pressure yet? So we want to redistribute the wealth in here. So what I would need to do is I would have to count the amount that I possess. And then I would have to make a decision as to how to spread that around. And then, so we would basically do 2 rounds. We would use the stop bit. Maybe we could also use 2 stop bits. I'm not sure. You know, uranium and something else. So it would pipe all of that through here, through slot 1.
Hydration critical.
And then it would count what it has, copper and all that other stuff. Then it would do round 2, and it would give 1/4 of everything into this thing. And then all of these will be filled. And we want some statistic regarding our wealth anyway. So even if the latter won't work, and I think it should, the former will work. The former will give us something. So that is then the project, and the second is only a side product or a bonus. Okay, how do we do this? I need to let them all run through one time and then stop once we reach the stop bit. Maybe I should also have an explicit reset. What chutes exist? Powered chutes. Digital valve right. Flip-flop splitter. Chute bin. A digital valve allows me to see what's inside and to, I think so, and to decide whether it will go through. That is what I can use here, so that I can stop when the stop bit is there. Let's first make happen that this thing stops stacking once there is the stop bit, you know? I could also just mine 10 uranium and be done with it, but it seems a bit cheap. I would like to be able to do that properly. Is the uranium still here? It is. Can we make the excretion? We think we cannot make that happen at all. Yes, we can, using the activate switch. Okay then. let's detect what's in the output slot. That is here the occupant hash. We can just abuse this. No, we won't, because the debug block shall stay the debug block. Prepare stacker. Load into register R0 was currently in slot 2, which is the last slot the thing has. That way it stacks everything, I think. And let's see uranium. Do we have that already? Yes, we do. BNE. Branch relative by 2 lines if the following is not equal. If the hash of that slot is not equal to uranium, jump down here. Else trigger an activate. SBN CLS stacker ins stacker activate 1, I guess. Export. Save. Is everything on? Yes, it's on. It has tossed something in that would stack but won't. Because the setting is 10 and what we have here is 3. I realize this won't work. But no, it might. It might work exactly. Yes, exactly. Okay, so our constant triggering of the output 2 or whatever the fuck that was made sure that whatever came in here would move over here, so this incomplete stack would give up and move on.
Waste time critical.
And
Temperature high.
the uranium, once detected in this slot where it could move due to the aforementioned, caused an activation. So we can now do that. Nice, nice, nice. Where is the uranium though? Well, I guess it's in the sorter, which I'm currently not using in some kind of logical fashion. Alright, then we can just toss everything in there. The uranium is a stop bit, and then we need to count. Yeah, let's be realistic about this. It will certainly be mixed sometimes. I think I can do that directly, no? Oh yes. Okay, now we want to count what went through that thing. And these values, they must be persistent, but they must also be resettable. That thing needs to be a mode that is counting and a mode that is distribution. And before that, I think we need some healthy stuff. Can I actually turn off the light automatically when I'm in here? Sometimes that will not be what I want, but
Hunger caution.
I kind of want to do that. Once I'm in this room, which is well lit. But let's continue with the project. Oxygen.
Airtag critical.
Okay, oxygen production is running, pressure is alright, CO2 certainly high enough, temperature bit high, and there's a bug here. Actually the bug was supposedly fixed, but I guess they only thought it was fixed and then it wasn't. Okay, where are we? It is day, that's why the AC is not running. Continue. Oh no. Let's first make 2 more filters. The frame rate is not as high as I'd like it to be, but okay. Basically over there, right? What makes the game slow over here? These things? Maybe all those little things, of which there are more here. That might be so. Yeah, I already have this recycler here, but yeah, just, you know, lump it together into a little ball over there and be done with it. Eventually I might recycle it or not, but this way it compresses it quite nicely. Demonstration, yes, here we go. Temperature 35.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
Yeah, so let's stack that. Let's count that stuff. Now we need the hashes of all the things that could possibly be stacked. That seems tedious, but we will only use 3 or 4 or whatever, and later the rest will be put in, so it will not be so hard. Let's say gold ingot. Item gold ingot. And I think the rest is rather simple, isn't it? Yeah. And then we want to count the respective value. Do we have enough values? I don't know. We have to. Alias. Sys mode. R15. Stock amount. Inventory. Inventory? No. Inf could also mean inverse. I'm not sure if I would ever associate that correctly, so. AMNT? AMNT? Yeah, let's use that. And those who have never been in touch with programming only through Stationeers should understand that this is not the way you normally develop software. This editor is very limited, but compared to all the things I've ever seen in a game, it's probably the most sophisticated one, at least that I've seen. But a real proper development environment, integrated development environment, IDE for short, like IntelliJ, for example, which I use, takes so much of that tedium and work away, and it can just duplicate a line with Control-D, and it will suggest something, and if I double-click here, everything where that occurs, every place will be highlighted because the text is equal, or I just select it, and the whole thing will be highlighted, and every location where that actual thing occurs in programming, not in the comments, but otherwise in programming, will be highlighted. It's a completely different ballpark, okay? So programming is not as tedious as it seems here. Absolutely not. And it's much more fun. I mean, okay, more fun than in here? Yeah, depends on what you're doing, you know? I'm talking about the pure act of programming. That's more fun in in real IDE. When it comes to practical application, yeah, then the game kind of takes the cake. The numbers on the right here are arbitrarily chosen. It's just so that I have something, and I thought maybe I need more modes, but maybe I will actually need 2 chips for this because there's so much stuff. But anyway, I don't know how to make that work. With memory chips, or maybe with stack or whatever. Yeah, I just remembered a command that I want to try out at some point. What does this do? Seeks directly for the provided device ID, attempts to write the provided value to the stack at the provided address. Ah, so it does both these things. You can use a device ID, or you can use a stack address. No. Huh? ID, address, value. No idea really. Seeks directly for the provided device ID, attempts to read the stack value at the provided address and place it in the register. I don't understand the combination of device ID and stack address here. Oh, maybe you can address a certain stack. Maybe you can give a device ID here that is on the same network, and you can address the stack of that device. Now that would be profound, man. Because then you can do all kinds of shit. All kinds of shit. You misspelled shit, man. Fuck, oh, I did. So prepare lids. Prepare stacker. Will this always be this? I don't know. What do I need to do? I need to count that stuff up. But not always, only when we're keeping stock. And when distribution has taken place, then we want to reset what we know of our wealth, because not only is it no longer true, but also we want to be able to do another stock keeping run. And for that we need to initialize those values. This mode. That is undefined. What am I doing here? Set the stacker to logic, setting 10 on, and just step on the gas. That is not necessarily the right approach in every case. So let's keep that separate. Okay, let's see. BEQ. This mode. 0? No, not 0. As I'm counting. Count all the things. BEQ. This mode. SM distributing. Distribute all the things. Otherwise, move to sys mode as I'm counting, or maybe as I'm idle. That seems like it's a good idea to have. And actually that should be at the top. As I'm idle, as I'm counting, as I'm distributing. What? Right. So we start with the counting, since I obviously need to try that out first. So if we're in mode counting, whose number we don't care about because we're using these placeholder names, if we're in that, then we say count all the things. Else we say distribute all the things. Else we say we just jump back to start. And if something else is going on, I mean, we're not at idle mode, we're not at this mode, or we're not at this mode, then I want to go to idle mode. In other words, we do something wicked here. We combine this and say, if it is not this mode or that mode, then we just switch to idle in every case. If it's not idle, idle should be a proper thing, but in this situation we just use that then as the fallback value. And if it is an idle mode, then we jump to start. And I realized that was not the right move. That is the right move. So this will never be executed, this other stuff here. So let's go to the bottom, count all the things. Everything in between will melt away slowly. We need to know now what is currently in the... where do we actually measure? Where is the measurement taking place? I wouldn't do that in the stacker, because while it is stacking things up, the value might change and the same thing might stay in there the whole time. And so I guess we should actually save and get one of these stopper things, the Powered Chute. Dude, it's too fucking warm in here. Would you kindly fuck off, you stupid black hole? Do I actually have to expand my AC operations here before I want to? Because maybe the seasons are now causing the black hole to just stay up there for a few days? I don't know if that's possible. I mean, if push comes to shove, I still have a little bit of oxide here. That will cool down the room quite some. So I want a Powered Chute. Electron Constantan. Constantan? We don't have that yet, man. Well, then we have to make it. And we have to make that anyway at some point. So let's go smelting so we can make the modified thingies and open up. Okay, let's take a break from the project then. Invar takes lots of pressure, but only in a certain range. And same for the temperature. That might actually be doable. Maybe we should do that first? I think so. And then we have Constantan, which is done with I don't give a fuck temperature and a high pressure. Cooling things down. I don't know, maybe we can basically this thing is fully compatible with the other. So if we get the other done, we get this one done. What do we need here? Copper and nickel. We should make a lot of that. Since I was too lazy so far to do that, the one batch that we do now should last for a while. Let's see what about the Invar. Iron, nickel. So copper, nickel and iron, nickel. Okay. I did not prepare this for this. This is coincidence. That is this, and then the other. No, not what I wanted. And iron nickel. Actually, we have iron here. I can't believe it. That was reserved for steel, but iron is easy to get, so. I shouldn't take one of these. I mean, they're just as good. And I currently have a shit ton of steel now. Let's take these. $50, $50, $50, $50, $50, $50. So again, what do I need? I need half iron, half nickel. And I need, for Invar and for Constantan, I need half copper, half nickel. So let's get it to 20 mega. No, let's get first to Invar. 20 megapascals, or 18 maybe. 18 to 20 megapascals and the right temperature. 1200 Kelvin, which means that I will have to sacrifice a bit of my oxide. Let's go. Temperature. We need 1200. And currently, if you pump something in, that will probably be less because it's getting colder. Or is it? Can use the day temperature still. Let's first put the ore stuffs in because they will have their own effect because of the gas they come with. First thing to do is Invar, that's iron and nickel. If you put in too much, that's not a problem. Because I don't know if there's actually a limit here how much you can put in there at once, but if it's too much for one stack, it will just spit out multiple. So, and when we have this, the Invar and the Constantan, then we can make the printer mods. And Constantan, then we can make the Powered Chute, which will then allow us to stop that throughput and to switch modes and to make the idle mode happen. And to count, yes, to count. It's the most neutral spot in that whole system to count something. Since it has multiple uses, it seems like a reasonable way to make that happen. Now the last one. Pressure. The temperature has fallen quite some. Contents. You're kidding me. Why did no one tell me? Because it's not a live stream. don't know if I ever will do one. But that's a stupid statement to make. How am I supposed to know that now? So, lever is closed. Yes, it is. Okay, in you go. Oh, by the way. Maybe I want to heat this thing up a bit before I go further, because else the lid might get stuck and then we have to wait until, you know, we have to Nemo that thing again. Yeah, it's hot enough. Aha, now I could finally trigger that bug. Okay. Now we have these cables in there, fuck me sideways, in a railroad tunnel. Railroad tunnel. Will the cables come out, or will they be smelted? Oh my god. Am I fucking drunk? No, I'm not. I never take anything. What's happening here? Oh, okay, this is just too fucked up. I will just load the save again. Here we are again. Close lever. Check temperature. Seems alright still. We wanted to do the copper, the iron thing first, I think. Iron nickel for Invar. Iron nickel. Oh, by the way. Okay, that is already getting a bit cold. So it's equal. Now we need the right pressure and the right temperature. Dude, we are almost at the right fucking temperature. 17.9 megapascals, 1.2 Kelvin, kilo, whatever. Temperature is right, pressure is almost right. I don't believe this. Is that really happening? Yeah, the problem is by increasing this. Alter. You are fucking kidding me! We were just on the threshold. You know, the temperature is now too cold, but the pressure is right. It was just on the threshold, and I saw the green light, and so I went for it. Now we can just stuff this stuff back in there. There's no loss here. Nothing was lost. We just put it in there, and then we see to that we get the temperature right. That was hilarious accident. happenstance rather. Accident. Come on. Wanna get shit done, it's late already. I'm already 40 minutes late in my daily schedule. But I wanna complete this. At least to the degree that we can see that it would work. I mean the thing with the sorter and stuff. You're kidding me! Of course, one had to roll away. Didn't it? A chute would be cool, you know? I did that in my other Vulcan playthrough that I haven't recorded. There, my advanced furnace has a long input line. Ah, nice. So now we need to get the temperature right. For that, I will just add one of these. Or more even? Yes, more even. But then the pressure is too high. Pressure is good. We have to wait now until it has descended to below 20. And we were already there, man. That fucking light was green. But then pumping in the cold night air drew down the temperature too much, and yeah, that's what happened then. 20. I think it will descend rather quickly in a few moments. (18 to 20), 1.2 to 1.5, 1.27, 18 to 20. We're almost there. Damn. Oh, okay. Only one? Man, what am I paying you for? Anyway, so let's put the other stuff in. Oh, and save. Did it again. And for this one we need 20 megapascals or more, and any arbitrary temperature above 1000. And of course the right mixture, I will check that. This will keep us supplied for a while. Aha, it looks equal, alright. The button is not green, we need more pressure. The temperature needs to be higher than it is. Wait, when we can make both happen at the same time, in the same breath. Same breath is also a nice metaphor, because it's oxide. Done. No, let's leave this. Or close? Yeah, let's close. Okay. Alrighty, we have Invar and Constantan. pretty annoying that the drag color of the icon is not the same as the in-world color. Or as this color for that matter. 400. Nice. Okay. The first thing is we make the what we came for. Which is the chute, powered chute. Electrum, 71 grams. I'm pretty sure in this pile there should be more. I mean, it's enough, I'm just saying. None. 90 grams. None. Okay, that's all we have. Not too much, but alright. Before I then continue making the printer mod, without keeping watch, I would see if the thing I want to do can be done with this chute digital valve, in case it needs two, you know, that might happen. Chute bin, flip-flop splitter. No, it can be made. Okay. Then make the printer mod, please. Of course, it takes the electronic printer to do that. And very important, don't forget to click there. Yes, don't we all have our pile of printer mods somewhere? You don't? Congratulations.
Anti-critical.
Then you haven't played this long enough. Are we looking? 60, no, never mind.
Temperature critical. Temperature high.
That's the one I want. Huh.
Hydration critical.
Threshold? Are you telling me this thing's effectively a stacker? What the fuck? The digital chute valve will stop the flow of materials when set to closed, and when set to open, will act like a straight chute. The valve will automatically close after a certain number of items have passed through. This threshold can be set using the dial. How about no? I don't want it to close at all. I just want to control it with logic. Can define whether it's open. Okay, that's good. Can set the quantity. Can I switch it to logic mode? Does it have a mode? It doesn't. Okay. I guess we have to test again. This is fucking annoying. And here I can't copy this. Structure, chute, digital valve, and then probably left. Structure, chute, digital valve, left. Alright.
Big Earl, the AI with the BPM on Soma FM.
Motherfucker. Define has structure, chute, digital valve, left. Yeah, great. Shadi, I don't dislike that, but I don't want to listen to it now, and I wonder if I just got a copyright problem. Damn it. Yeah, let's go there. And I'm thirsty again. Maybe I should really solve that water problem so I can, you know, cheat the difficulty, right? But I won't right now. If I... No, wrong. Yeah, let's test something. Let's do the following. Logic mode it doesn't seem to have. No, wasn't it amount? Hey, wait. Damn. Getting rather crowded in here. Quantity, read write. I wonder if that's the thing's counting value, or if that is the value that I can set. I would assume that setting is the thing that actually sets this here, which is currently at 0, which means that it will close immediately, or what does that mean? How do I test this efficiently? It seems to be open. Aha. Apparently, only when I set it to a value, it will actually... I will copy the name out of the source code. Need be. Only when it is set to a value will it actually use this autoclose thing. So this autoclose feature seems to be optional, I guess. Aha, now it closed. Now I set auto close to 0. I of course have to open it, okay. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Is everything stuck in here? I think it was just too fast. I have to do the test again. And what the fuck is this, man? Actually, I'm doing it wrong. For this test here, it makes most sense to just have an explicit output here. Okay, where were we? I see now we have 3 stacks of 10 and 1 of 3. Aha, it just goes through. Now again, let's set it to 1. Interesting, this thing doesn't seem to count the amount of ingots I have in this stack, which is 10, but the amount of individual things that go through here. A stack of 10 is just the same as a stack of 1. Interesting. Now what happens if I... It doesn't have anything left? That's not how you test, man. So close threshold is 1. Let's do this again. Psi. Okay, what's in here now? I don't quite understand how this thing works. But it's not so important. As long as we understand if it's at 0, it will not use that feature at all. Alter. Okay, that went through, and that should not go through because it doesn't reach 10. Goes through. Okay, so now we can use this to enforce the idle mode and also to count the things.
Power low.
Actually, can I see how high a stack is? Oh my god, can I even see that? How large a stack is? That's fucked up, man. Can I even see that? I mean, good. Okay, the stacker makes sure that we will have stacks of 10, but will it? Not really. Iron comes, gold comes, iron comes. It would push the next thing through, so we have 1 iron, 1 gold, and whatever that can happen. And then you distribute it evenly because you think you have a lot of these, because it counts 10 each time. How do you find out how high a stack is? Damn. And I need to drink something again. Rather hot in here. The plants don't care. Oh yes, that. Guess who? Now that this thing is modded, it starts more slowly, but it can also make the other mods. For example, the autolathe printer mod. Oh. Ah, oxygen.
Anti-critical. Temperature critical. Temperature high.
All right. Let's see what we can do with that thing. It only has one slot, slot 0. You can see occupied, occupant, oh, quantity, la 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 la. You can see that, alrighty. Then let's read out the quantity, shall we? So this thing shall close once it has 1 in it. Let's put 1 in it. This is 10, this is 3. I want to see the number 3 soon. Spit it out. Okay, it closes after 1. Huh. Okay. So now I want to see the number 3 on the chip, which is here. Now we have to program that, of course. Setting. No, I won't fuck with the setting. I just want to make sure that it's on, of course. And then we load batch named slot into register R0, yes. R0, yes. And from the slot index 0, logics type shall be amount? No, that wasn't it. God damn it. Quantity. Quantity. SDB R0. And see if we get the number 3. The number 3. Alright, we just read successfully how high the stack of stuff in that thing is. Which means that we can also use that to just check whether something's in there in the first place. I mean, there's probably also just the flag occupied, but we don't need that. We only need to know if the quantity is greater than 0. Okay, here we have the quantity. Now we have to check what exactly the hash is. Didn't I say something like keep stock and whatever? Yeah, that would be here. Count all the things. Oh, another thing. Is this thing being turned on forcefully? Yup. We want to set the setting of 0. And we want the thing to be open. And then we want all that crap down here. Ta-da! And at start we have, as I'm counting, count all the things. So we make sure that this valve thingy is open, is on, and that it is set to 0 so it won't even close. Then we load the amount. If the amount is 0, then we will not care and we will just jump back to main. So branch if less than or equal to 0, R0 to 0, start. Again, branch if less than or equal R00 to start. If not though, then we care about what the fuck is in that thing. Therefore, we will now load the into R1 because we still need the quantity. The occupant hash. Yep, the occupant hash. Save, edit. And what do we do with that then? We compare it. I will now see that whether it is gold. Actually, that's wrong. Whether it is gold here. So R1 being gold, what do we do in that case? If it's not that, then we want to, yes, we want to branch relative, not equal. If R1 is not gold, if the occupant is not gold, then we want to skip the line here. And what does the line do? It will add to the stock amount that we know of gold. The number R0, which is the amount. What we want also is at all times we want to know the amount of gold. This might now be a bit awkward. Oh yes, I set this to open. Okay. We should actually get a 10. And then a 30. We did not get that though. Ah, right, because the thing is stopping. Look at that, we just counted the amount of gold that went through and we are at 13. Man, we're well on the way here. So let's do the same thing for copper. So that is our stock keeping round. What we want now is the ability for the device to turn itself off, to go into the normal mode, into the spreading mode or whatever. And for that I will go back up here where this whole thing starts, prepare a stacker, and here we're checking the mode, right? Instead of doing that, first we write the mode to the housing, which should be 1 at the start, but I wanted to switch to 2 once the stop bit has been encountered. What is the stop bit? Well, it is this. So if R1, which is the type, is or uranium, what is it that we want to do then? We want to move to sys mode as distribution, I believe. What was it again? Damn, why can't I move the whole fucking window when I click right here? This is annoying. Distributing. Then it does that, and then it jumps back to start. So we can do again the same. Branch relative if not equal by 2. If R1 is not uranium, then skip this. Else, write the SM distributing thing here. And then we jump back to start. So it will then just stop counting. In other words, I will not toss in a bit of gold, then the stop bit, and then another bit of gold. And then we will see if it actually turns to export. Mode is 1. Too bad I have to test something first. Aha, the amount that it believes is true is still 13. Still 13. Still 13. Apparently the registers, just like the stack, are persistent. I didn't expect this. Or is there something in here right now? No, that is not the case. So for whatever reason, that value, that register, has not been reset. Well, I guess I have to do that then. All the amounts when the project starts must be set to 0, which eats more away of the few lines. The motherfucker, we're already full. Okay, let's delete all the things that we don't need. This stuff is needed. What does this stuff do? It tampers with the stacker, occupant hash and all of that. Not needed. The stop bit thing we have already checked out. Actually, they're just... wait, oh fuck me. Where is the uranium used? Here? Aha, this is the thing, okay. Prepare sorter. This can all be removed, yes. Yes, I need to reset the amounts. Gold, copper, iron, solder, electrum, silicon. Okay, export. Now it's at 0. So let's move the setting, the state back. And then let's test that thing.
Waste tank caution.
Wait, how am I supposed to... Yeah, I need this stuff and this and one of these. Excuse me? Contains 10 ingot gold. Why is it not fucking outputting? Are you shitting me? What the fuck? Does it always have to be one extra problem when we're trying to get out the door of the previous one? Always! Stacker. In stacker mode 1. In stacker setting right. I remember I turned that off myself, I think. But no, here's stacker setting 10. Yeah, I forgot this this one. No, that's the sorter. What the fuck am I doing? We're telling the stacker to step on the gas every time. Why is it not outputting? It has 10. It wants 10. What the fuck? Is this a bug or what is this? This fucking pisses me off. Oh. That might be the reason. Okay, my mistake. Whatever a mistake really is, you know? Excuse me? Okay, let's look first at this problem. We have mode 1 still. Let's toss in the stop bit. And also this. For no good reason. There's still uranium in there. Didn't I just say that it should be excreted? Motherfucker. So we're still at this mode. Now we should be at mode 2. We are not? Why are we not at mode 2? Ah. This sucks. Move sys mode as I'm distributing. That is mode 2. That didn't happen for whatever reason. I guess we have to keep writing the amount. I don't understand. Not as smooth as I'd hoped it would be. So what's it doing to the stacker? Output 2. Load if there's uranium in there. If not, skip here, otherwise use activate. Really, I don't understand. Do I have to do this manually or how does this work? Oh, I see. We are still in count all the things mode, which means we jump down here and then we jump back to start. This stuff is not even being executed. That is why it possibly switched to mode 2, but we never got to see that. No, that's not true. That's... Wow. Man, I'm seriously, I'm lost right now. Prepare stacker. Mode 1 is logic mode. Setting 10. Turn on. Write current sys mode. Idle, then jump back to start. Counting, count all the things. Otherwise move idle and jump back to start. So this would always happen. That's why I want to find out what's currently in the slot. It's not outputting the uranium. I think I want to solve that first, now that it's in there. Why is it not outputting the uranium? Because the code that does that is below the code that is currently being executed. That's why. This is where that happens, and it's not being executed. Yep. So let's not bother with that, it's not the normal flow. Okay. Is this here? Wait, where is the... there. Why is there state 0? Because it reached state 2. Man, that is... sucks. Yeah, maybe I have to keep this in, else I'll just be gonna be confused what's happening. Because else it will fall through and just switch to idle. That's hilarious. Now get everything at once. Minus 15, 16. Minus 15, 16. That's this thing. It has detected that. That is also why it is switching its mode. But it didn't do that before. Okay, maybe I'm just overlooking something. And can just ignore this. Okay, now we're counting gold and we're counting copper, and when the stop bit comes, it will actually change the mode to distributing. That works already. What does distributing mode mean? In any case, in both cases, it needs to trigger... It needs to do the thing that I've not currently skipped. Where is it? Stacker, stacker, stacker. Here we go. Debug stacker. I think we can remove that by now. Saves us some lines. And some confusion too. Which is the main problem here, isn't it? Prepare sorter, we don't care. So here I trigger the stacker. Where do I do that? I think I will do that. Prepare stacker, yeah. Trigger stacker. But only if need be. Because in mode idle, we don't want to do that. That's the idea of mode idle. EQ sys mode sm idle something. How much space do we have left? Some. Man, I need a subroutine for scrolling, as in goes down here, clicks to return to original place. Trigger stacker. So here we are saying if anything is incoming to the stacker, it shall just be pushed to the output shall just be tossed out if it's not yet complete. And here we're saying, give me the occupant hash of the final thing where stuff is being stacked, and if that happens to be uranium, execute this line, which is activate the stacker, so toss it out. But all of that is skipped if we are in system idle mode. 1, 2, 3, 4 lines I want to skip. In other words, I need to skip 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we will end up here. Let's see if we have a little bit of success for a change. This needs to be opened. And this is state 2, yes. Okay, now I want to effect that we have state 1. No, state 1, that we have state 2. But we don't have state 2. Why not? This thing went through there. Why did this not trigger? Or does this only trigger when it's closed? Interesting. Maybe we should keep that thing closed until we have a reason to open it. Maybe that's the trick here. Might also make debugging simpler. So open 0, setting 0. So we get the quantity, and if the quantity is 0, then we just move back to start. Then we do all these things, and in the end then, when we are done evaluating and adding and doing everything that we wanted to do, then we open that thing. I just don't know if this actually works, because we're executing without any break here, so maybe this doesn't work, I'm not sure. What it's supposed to do, it's supposed to close, measure, do all the things, and then open. I'm not sure if it's something will happen actually. Maybe we have to yield here. I don't like to do that, because that seems like a crutch. Oh, right. State 1. Is there something in here? It is closed. Why is it closed? It shouldn't be closed. The last statement I gave was open. Okay. Maybe we have to yield then. Let's try that. It's still closed. Why is it closed? I know, I'm telling it to close, yes. But is there a jump or something that skips this? Here, yes. If there's nothing in there. So there's nothing in there? Oh, well then it is of course allowed to be closed. Now it's closed again. Now for the stop bit. Aha, now we're at state 2. So I don't know if this was random, that it worked sometimes and sometimes didn't. Maybe it's just a race condition. Maybe it's just indeed a race condition. This thing was racing through this thing here, and I was observing what's in there. Yeah, my assumption was that my code would be synchronous with what's happening here. But that's not the case. So instead I have to close this thing, check, and only when I've checked, I open it again. That's maybe what happened here. We had a race condition. Those suck, especially in unknown territory like this. But anyway, now we're saying close that thing, open 0, measure, check, do whatever, and then open. And there's no yield here. I don't know if this will reliably work. I can actually not imagine really that it does, but let's just test this out. I will try the test 3 more times. Every time we should get state 2.
Power critical.
We get state 2. Yeah, that wasn't very good because it is now always at state 2. So, second of 3 attempts. Okay, second worked. Probably a race condition. Okay, that worked. Okay, now we have reliably this stop bit situation. Therefore, we can now change the mode, and then we can go to distributing, which means that we have to actually need the sorters now. And I guess I will only get as far as a proof of concept, because not just it's rather late, but also the amount of lines still involved to make this happen might be greater than the amount of lines I have, and that's a problem I haven't yet dealt with. So here's my not yet spray painted thingy. And then I want to make the decision. Hey, wait, how can I decide that 1/4 goes in here if the stack always has 10? If it has 10. This doesn't work at all, man. But let's try anyway. So count all the things. Currently we're only counting gold and copper, and then uranium is our stop bit. And in the end then we say, okay, you know, write the hash there and do all that stuff. Then distribute all the things. What we need to do is we need to check what the stacker is doing. What the sorter is doing. Man, why is the mouse wheel so slow? Still, even though it takes 5 seconds to adjust the multiplier. You don't know the code. Seriously? Seriously? In such a situation, they would still use that same meme? Those... God damn it. Anyway, write batch, class sorter, mode 2. Write batch, class sorter, on 1. Yes, all of them have mode 2 and all of them are on 1. What I need now is to measure one specific sorter, which is this one, and I haven't yet named that, I realize. Copy. That would have been the next stupid mistake of the long fucking list of stupid mistakes I made. Makes me angry. Not at myself because I don't know what the cause is ultimately, but you know. sorter. Yeah, that's what skepticism gets you, you know. Is it my mistake? Could I have done better? I don't know. Do I know all circumstances involved? So, right batch, that, then we need ins sorter. Load batch named slot into R0. So let's sort this sorter. Slot index 0, I guess. And we want to know the occupant hash. And now we want to compare, and then we want to make a decision. If I want to make that decision per device, per machine into which I distribute this stuff, then I need to know how much I have already put into there, so I need to keep stock. This is not fun, man. This is hard. I mean, if the environment was easier, you know, better IDE and more lines of code, but that's not the case, so what to do? Could toss all the debug stuff here, maybe. I haven't used that really now. Let's toss it then. Okay, let's assume we only have one machine. I think at this point I would need the stack, which I haven't yet used, so I'm not going to do that now. That's bullshit. Let's just remember how much stuff I have in one manufactory. Only iron and gold. This should definitely be solved with a subroutine, which I won't do right now. But I will only try to solve the autolathe example. So here we have that sorter, we have the occupant hash, now we can compare. With what? Damn, I cannot... Okay, seriously, there are quite a few things that I haven't thought about, you know? For example, because that the music side. For example, that I cannot decide that only 1/4 of the stack, rounded or not, goes into that machine. I can only say that every 4th copper stack would go into the machine. How the fuck would you keep track of that? So maybe the whole approach is wrong. Maybe instead what I would have to do is first I deal with this manufactory that I want to give some stuff to, and so then I would have to have some kind of rail system where I guide the things that I need to that place, and then I decide for a new place like the pipe bender, and I do that whole stuff again for this machine. And I would have to have stock, like I would have to have a silo only for copper, then a silo only for this, silo only for that, and then I can decidedly make use a stacker for that and so forth. So I mean the whole approach that I've chosen is well, it doesn't work. Not like this. So I guess it's best if we just stop the video for now. It's too late anyway. I guess we have learned a few things, and it was partly fun, I guess. Particularly all the things I did between videos and how they work. And this stuff here. Oh, let's do that. No, we already have that. Steel. And yeah, that's what it is, right? That's it for now. So let me blow myself up spectacularly or something, and then that's the end of it.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
That again.
Low pressure. Pressure critical. Temperature critical. Toxin critical. Temperature high. Hydration critical.
Everything's critical. My take is that thing is currently not in the fire, not burning. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Wonder if you will crash the game now. Are there some volatiles in there? Not many. What? It's not blowing up? Can't even kill himself, right? It stopped making the sound. I found a bug while trying to kill myself with the furnace. This is not the reaction I expected. Dude, you're kidding me. Finally.
Critical. Health critical. Suit critical. Toxin critical. Temperature critical. Cognition low. Health low.
Goodbye then. Sorry for all the suck today.